Want to speak real Polish from your first lesson? Sign up for your free lifetime account at polishpod101.com.
In this video, you will learn 20 of the most common words and phrases in Polish. Hi everyone, my name is Łukasz. Welcome to the 800 Core Polish Words and Phrases video series. This series will teach you the 800 most common words and phrases in Polish. But there is a twist. With each new lesson in the series, you include the previous lesson at the end. So after you learn the new words and phrases, stick around and review what you learned in previous lessons. Reviewing is one of the most important parts of learning a language. You can also get the full list right now at polishpod101.com. Click the link in the description to access more example sentences, create your own flashcard deck, and finally master Polish. Okay, let's get started. First is cześć. Hello. Cześć. Cześć. Hello. Cześć, mam na imię Anna. Hello, my name is Anna. Cześć, mam na imię Anna. Przepraszam. Excuse me. Przepraszam. Przepraszam. Excuse me. Przepraszam, gdzie jest dworzec? Excuse me, where is the train station? Przepraszam, gdzie jest dworzec? Przepraszam. I'm sorry. Przepraszam. Przepraszam. I'm sorry. Przepraszam, nie rozumiem. I'm sorry, I don't understand. Przepraszam, nie rozumiem. Dobranoc. Good night. Dobranoc. Dobranoc. Good night. Dobranoc panu. Good night, sir. Dobranoc panu. Miło mi cię poznać. Nice to meet you. Miło mi cię poznać. Miło mi cię poznać. Nice to meet you. Miło mi poznać pana. Nice to meet you, sir. Miło mi poznać pana. Jak się masz? How are you? Jak się masz? Jak się masz? How are you? Cześć, jak się masz? Hi, how are you? Cześć, jak się masz? Tak. Yes. Tak. Tak. Yes. Tak, mam Motorolę. Yes, I have Motorola. Tak, mam Motorolę. Nie. No. Nie. Nie. No. Nie, dziękuję. No, thank you. Nie, dziękuję. Dziękuję. Thank you. Dziękuję. Thank you. Dziękuję, ale ja tego nie zamawiałem. Thank you, but I didn't order this. Dziękuję, ale ja tego nie zamawiałem. Jestem. I am. Jestem. Jestem. I am. Jestem Tomek. I am Tomek. Jestem Tomek. Do widzenia. Goodbye. Do widzenia. Goodbye. Do widzenia pani. Goodbye, ma'am. Do widzenia pani. Zły. Bad. Zły. Zły. Bad. On jest złym chłopakiem. He is a bad boy. On jest złym chłopakiem. Dobry. Good. Dobry. Dobry. Good. Mój nauczyciel jest dobrym człowiekiem. My teacher is a good person. Mój nauczyciel jest dobrym człowiekiem. Ładny. Pretty. Ładny. Ładny. Pretty. Ona jest bardzo ładna. She is very pretty. Ona jest bardzo ładna. Brzydki. Ugly. Brzydki. Brzydki. Ugly. To jest bardzo brzydki pies. That is a very ugly dog. To jest bardzo brzydki pies. Łatwy. Easy. Łatwy. Łatwy. Easy. Ich nowy produkt jest naprawdę elegancki i łatwy w użyciu. Their new product is really elegant and easy to use. Ich nowy produkt jest naprawdę elegancki i łatwy w użyciu. Trudny. Difficult. Trudny. Trudny. Difficult. Angielski jest trudny. English is difficult. Angielski jest trudny. Blisko. Near. Blisko. Blisko. Near. Mieszkam blisko uniwersytetu. I live near the university. Mieszkam blisko uniwersytetu. Daleko. Far. Daleko. Daleko. Far. Stacja jest daleko stąd. The station is far from here. Stacja jest daleko stąd. Mały. Small. Mały. Mały. Small. Bardzo mały. Very small. Bardzo mały. Okay, let's get started. First is dziś. Today. Dziś. Dziś. Today. Dziś o 6:15. Today at 6:15. Dziś o 6:15. Wczoraj. Yesterday. Wczoraj. Wczoraj. Yesterday. Wczoraj wzięłam wolne. I took a day off yesterday. Wczoraj wzięłam wolne. Jutro. Tomorrow. Jutro. Jutro. Tomorrow. Jutro będzie słonecznie. It will be sunny tomorrow. Jutro będzie słonecznie. Tydzień. Week. Tydzień. Tydzień. Week. W każdym tygodniu jest 7 dni. There are 7 days in every week. W każdym tygodniu jest 7 dni. Rok. Year. Rok. Rok. Year. Rok przestępny. Leap year. Rok przestępny. Sekunda. Second. Sekunda. Sekunda. Second. Przez 10 sekund. For 10 seconds. Przez 10 sekund. Minuta. Minute. Minuta. Minuta. Minute. Za minutę północ. It's 1 minute to midnight. Za minutę północ. Godzina. Hour. Godzina. Godzina. Hour. Wrócę z pracy do domu za godzinę. I will be home from work an hour. Wrócę z pracy do domu za godzinę. Zegar. Clock. Zegar. Zegar. clock. Zegar ścienny wisi na ścianie. The wall clock is hanging on the wall. Zegar ścienny wisi na ścianie. Godzina. A clock. Godzina. Godzina. O'clock. Godzina 12. 12 o'clock. Godzina 12. Kalendarz. Calendar. Kalendarz. Kalendarz. Calendar. Zapisz w kalendarzu plany na piątek. Write the plans for Friday on the calendar. Zapisz w kalendarzu plany na piątek. Poniedziałek. Monday. Poniedziałek. Poniedziałek. Monday. Tydzień pracy zaczyna się w poniedziałek. The work week starts on Monday. Tydzień pracy zaczyna się w poniedziałek. Wtorek. Tuesday. Wtorek. Wtorek. Tuesday. W tym roku 1 stycznia wypada we wtorek. January 1st falls on Tuesday this year. W tym roku 1 stycznia wypada we wtorek. Środa. Wednesday. Środa. Środa. Wednesday. W środę wieczorem gramy w pokera u mnie w domu. Wednesday nights we play poker at my house. W środę wieczorem gramy w pokera u mnie w domu. Czwartek. Thursday. Czwartek. Czwartek. Thursday. Czwartek, 3 stycznia. Thursday, January 3rd. Czwartek, 3 stycznia. Piątek. Friday. Piątek. Piątek. Friday. W piątek często je się ryby. On Friday people often eat fish. W piątek często je się ryby. Sobota. Saturday. Sobota. Sobota. Saturday. Żadnych planów na sobotę. No plans for Saturday. Żadnych planów na sobotę. Niedziela. Sunday. Niedziela. Niedziela. Sunday. W niedzielę jest Dzień Ojca. Sunday is Father's Day. W niedzielę jest Dzień Ojca. Robić. Do. Robić. Robić. Do. Mam tyle do zrobienia. I have so much work to do. Mam tyle do zrobienia. Iść. Go. Iść. Iść. Go. Iść do parku. Go to the park. Iść do parku. Okay, let's get started. First is śmiać się. Laugh. Śmiać się. Śmiać się. Laugh. Śmiać się z dowcipu. Laugh at the joke. Śmiać się z dowcipu. Pyszny. Delicious. Pyszny. Pyszny. Delicious. To jest pyszne ciasto. This is a delicious cake. To jest pyszne ciasto. Woda. Water. Woda. Woda. Water. Czy mogę prosić o trochę wody? Can I have some water, please? Czy mogę prosić o trochę wody? Herbata. Tea. Herbata. Herbata. Tea. Kobieta pije herbatę. The woman is drinking tea. Kobieta pije herbatę. Kawa. Coffee. Kawa. Kawa. Coffee. Lubię czarną kawę. I like my coffee black. Lubię czarną kawę. Piwo. Beer. Piwo. Piwo. Beer. Butelka piwa. Bottle of beer. Butelka piwa. Wino. Wine. Wino. Wino. Wine. Wino jest nalewane do kieliszka. Wine is being poured into the glass. Wino jest nalewane do kieliszka. Wołowina. Beef. Wołowina. Wołowina. Beef. Wołowina na główne danie. Beef for the main course. Wołowina na główne danie. Kurczak. Chicken. Kurczak. Kurczak. Chicken. Mężczyzna kroi kurczaka. The man is cutting chicken. Mężczyzna kroi kurczaka. Wieprzowina. Pork. Wieprzowina. Wieprzowina. Pork. Wieprzowina to mięso świni. Pork is the meat from the pig. Wieprzowina to mięso świni. Ryba. Fish. Ryba. Ryba. Fish. Japończycy jedzą dużo ryb. Japanese people eat a lot of fish. Japończycy jedzą dużo ryb. Jagnięcina. Lamb. Jagnięcina. Jagnięcina. Lamb. Jagnięcina jest wyjątkowo pyszna. Lamb is extremely delicious. Jagnięcina jest wyjątkowo pyszna. Lekarz. Doktor. Lekarz. Lekarz. Doktor. Lekarka mierzy puls pacjentki. The doctor is taking the patient's pulse. Lekarka mierzy puls pacjentki. Policjant. Police officer. Policjant. Policjant. Police officer. Policjant przepytuje kierowcę. The police officer is questioning the driver. Policjant przepytuje kierowcę. Nauczycielka. Teacher. Nauczycielka. Nauczycielka. Teacher. Nauczycielka w klasie. Teacher in a classroom. Nauczycielka w klasie. Pracownik. Employee. Pracownik. Pracownik. Employee. Pracownica. Female employee. Pracownica. Przychodzić. Come. Przychodzić. Przychodzić. Come. Przychodzić wcześnie. Come early. Przychodzić wcześnie. Widzieć. See. Widzieć. Widzieć. See. Ona nic nie widzi bez okularów. She cannot see anything without her glasses. Ona nic nie widzi bez okularów. Robić. Make. Robić. Robić. Make. Kucharz robi sok pomarańczowy. The chef is making orange juice. Kucharz robi sok pomarańczowy. Korzystać. Use. Korzystać. Korzystać. Use. Ta osoba korzysta z komputera, żeby napisać e-mail. The person is using a computer to write an email. Ta osoba korzysta z komputera, żeby napisać e-mail. Okay, let's get started. First is móc. Can. Móc. Móc. Can. Mogę jeść pikantne potrawy. I can eat spicy food. Mogę jeść pikantne potrawy. Zero. 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 Dziś jest około 0 stopni. It's about 0 degrees today. Dziś jest około 0 stopni. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1 stopień. 1 degree. 1 stopień. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2 to moja ulubiona liczba. The number 2 is my favorite number. 2 to moja ulubiona liczba. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. Pierwsza grupa przyjechała autobusem numer 3. The first group arrived on the bus number 3. Pierwsza grupa przyjechała autobusem numer 3. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. Czteropasmowa droga szybkiego ruchu. 4-lane motorway. Czteropasmowa droga szybkiego ruchu. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. Rozgwiazda ma 5 ramion. The starfish have 5 legs. Rozgwiazda ma 5 ramion. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6 rzeczy. 6 things. 6 rzeczy. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. Liczba 7. Number 7. Liczba 7. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. Powinieneś spać przynajmniej 8 godzin dziennie. You should sleep at least 8 hours every night. Powinieneś spać przynajmniej 8 godzin dziennie. 9. 9. 9. 9. 9. 99%. 99%. 99%. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. Potrafię policzyć od 1 do 10 po chińsku. I can count from 1 to 10 in Chinese. Potrafię policzyć od 1 do 9 po chińsku. Sprzedawca. Salesman. Sprzedawca. Sprzedawca. Salesman. Sprzedawca wita klienta. The salesman is greeting a customer. Sprzedawca wita klienta. Menadżer. 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 Menadżer fabryki wydaje polecenia. The factory manager is giving instructions. Menadżer fabryki wydaje polecenia. Kucharz. Cook. Kucharz. Kucharz. Cook. Ona jest kucharką w 4-gwiazdkowej restauracji. She is a cook at the 4-star restaurant. Ona jest kucharką w 4-gwiazdkowej restauracji. Inżynier. 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 Dobry inżynier potrafi projektować i budować systemy. A good engineer can design and build systems. Dobry Inżynier potrafi projektować i budować systemy. Programista. Programmer. Programista. Programista. Programmer. Jestem programistą. I'm a programmer. Jestem programistą. Pielęgniarka. Nurse. Pielęgniarka. Pielęgniarka. Nurse. Ta kobieta jest pielęgniarką. The woman is a nurse. Ta kobieta jest pielęgniarką. Ciało. Body. Ciało. Ciało. Body. Jedzenie jest paliwem dla ciała. Food is fuel for the body. Jedzenie jest paliwem dla ciała. Głowa. Head. Głowa. Głowa. Head. Załóż kask, żeby chronić głowę. Wear a helmet to protect your head. Załóż kask, żeby chronić głowę. Okay, let's get started. First is dłoń. Hand. Dłoń. Dłoń. Hand. Rękawiczki nie pasowały na jego dłonie. The gloves did not fit his hands. Rękawiczki nie pasowały na jego dłonie. Ręka. Arm. Ręka. Ręka. Arm. Muskularna ręka. Muscular arm. Muskularna ręka. Stopa. Foot. Stopa. Stopa. Foot. Lewa stopa. Left foot. Lewa stopa. Noga. Leg. Noga. Noga. Leg. Długie nogi. Long legs. Długie nogi. Palec. Finger. Palec. Palec. Finger. Palec mi krwawi. My finger's bleeding. Palec mi krwawi. Plecy. Back. Plecy. Plecy. Back. Plecy jeża są pokryte ostrymi igłami. A hedgehog back is covered in sharp spines. Plecy jeża są pokryte ostrymi igłami. Żołądek. Stomach. Żołądek. Żołądek. Stomach. Żołądek mnie boli. I have a stomachache. Żołądek mnie boli. Klatka piersiowa. Chest. Klatka piersiowa. Klatka piersiowa. Chest. Rentgen klatki piersiowej. X-ray of a chest. Rentgen klatki piersiowej. Styczeń. January. Styczeń. Styczeń. January. Tutaj w styczniu jest bardzo zimno. It's very cold here in January. Tutaj w styczniu jest bardzo zimno. Luty. February. Luty. Luty. February. Luty jest najkrótszym miesiącem i ma 28 dni. February is the shortest month with 28 days. Luty jest najkrótszym miesiącem i ma 28 dni. Marzec. March. Marzec. Marzec. March. Teraz jest kwiecień, więc poprzednim miesiącem był marzec. It's now April, so last month was March. Teraz jest kwiecień, więc poprzednim miesiącem był marzec. Kwiecień. April. Kwiecień. Kwiecień. April. Kwietniowe deszcze przynoszą kwiaty w maju. April showers bring May flowers. Kwietniowe deszcze przynoszą kwiaty w maju. Maj. May. Maj. 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 31 maja to Światowy Dzień bez papierosa. May 31st is World No Smoking Day. 31 maja to Światowy Dzień bez papierosa. Czerwiec. June. Czerwiec. Czerwiec. June. Pobieramy się w czerwcu. We are getting married in June. Pobieramy się w czerwcu. Lipiec. July. Lipiec. Lipiec. July. Nazwa miesiąca lipiec pochodzi od imienia Juliusza Cezara, który urodził się w lipcu. July is named from Julius Caesar, who was born in July. Nazwa miesiąca, lipiec, pochodzi od imienia Juliusza Cezara, który urodził się w lipcu. Sierpień, august. Sierpień, sierpień, august. Szkoła jest zamknięta w sierpniu. The school is closed in August. Szkoła jest zamknięta w sierpniu. Wrzesień, September. Wrzesień, wrzesień, September. Dziś jest sobota, 10 września. Today is Saturday, September 10th. Dziś jest sobota, 10 września. Październik, Oktober. Październik, październik, Oktober. 13 października. On October 13th. 13 października. Listopad, November. Listopad, listopad, November. Listopad jest jednym z 4 miesięcy, które mają 30 dni. November is one of the 4 months with 30 days. Listopad jest jednym z 4 miesięcy, które mają 30 dni. Grudzień, December. Grudzień, grudzień, December. 25 grudnia. December 25th. 25 grudnia.
The secret to speaking more of your target language. If you're like most language learners, then above all, you want to speak and understand more of your target language. But how do you speak more when you're just starting out, when you can't yet create sentences off the top of your head? Here are some tips. Let's jump into part 1, how to prepare ahead of time to speak more. So, what's the secret to speaking more of your target language? It's something called preparation. And believe it or not, you've likely used it if you've ever had to give a speech or a presentation. So, what do we mean by preparation? Imagine that you have to go open a bank account in the language that you're learning. How would you do it? You can go in there, grunt, and use body language, or you can first come up with a list of words and phrases you need to know before you go, like debit card, bank account, I want to open a bank account, and minimum balance. You may want to look up the grammar rules for how to say, I want to. Once you know these words and phrases, you translate them into your target language and you go over to the bank to open an account. Or let's say you're meeting a person for the first time. What are some things you'd say to them? Things like, what's your name? My name is, where are you from? I am from, and so on. So you prepare a list of words and phrases, all the things you'd want to say in that situation. You translate them ahead of time so that you can communicate effectively. That's preparation. And preparation works because most conversations are predictable to a degree. For example, most conversations with friends start with greetings and catching up on how you've been. And if you know the lines for greetings, catching up, and talking about your weekend, then you can easily handle such a conversation. The point is, the more you prepare, the more you learn to speak without needing a teacher. So, how do you prepare? Part 2, how to speak more through preparation. Here are some tips. If you're using our learning program, 1. Take our audio and video lessons. You'll find these in our lesson library and just focus on the conversational lessons. Lessons are just 3 to 15 minutes in length, and in the first minute, you'll hear a practical conversation. For example, meeting someone new, catching up with a friend, or ordering at a restaurant. Then, our teachers break down and explain every word and grammar rule, so you can learn these lines and conversations ahead of time. Number 2, download the audio dialogue track. This gives you just the conversation. So when you finish a lesson, download it for easy review. Then make a playlist out of all of them and play the conversations on repeat. This will make them much easier to remember. Number 3, save the lesson notes. The lesson notes give you the lesson in writing, so you can read the lesson dialogue, the grammar explanations, and cultural insights for every lesson. Download and keep the notes for conversations you think are useful. For example, if you want to talk about the weather and you took a lesson on that, then download the lesson notes for that lesson. Now, if you're looking to prepare ahead of time for specific topics, then do this next one. Number 4, use our free PDF conversation cheat sheets. These conversation cheat sheets teach you words and phrases for all kinds of common conversation topics, like weather, hobbies, family, plans, and much more. You can prepare for the most common conversations with these cheat sheets. If you want to access our free conversation cheat sheets, leave a comment down below and we'll give you the link. Number 5, look up lesson topics in our lesson library. If you want to open a bank account or eat at a certain restaurant and you don't know how to talk about these topics, find a lesson about it in our lesson library. Number 6, if you're a Premium Plus user, simply ask your teacher to point you to lessons for certain topics, or even better, ask them for potential lines, and you can even practice speaking. Just record yourself, send it in, and your teacher will provide you feedback on what to say and how. Number 7, do it the old school way. Sit down, think of a topic you want to talk about. Make a list of all the words you think you need, all the phrases you want to say or may hear in that conversation. Then, translate those words and phrases into your target language. So let's recap. Most conversations are predictable. You can prepare ahead of time by thinking of all the words and lines you'll need for various conversations. And you can prepare with 1, our audio and video lessons, 2, conversation tracks, 3, lesson notes, 4, free PDF cheat sheets, 5, by looking up specific topics in the lesson library, 6, asking your Premium Plus teacher, and 7, by manually coming up with a list of the words and phrases and translating them. Learning to carry a conversation is vital to mastery of any language. Even beginners can quickly learn conversational language well enough to carry on real conversations with native speakers. Of course, beginners won't be able to carry a conversation the same way they could in their native language. But just knowing a few tips, like which questions to ask to keep a conversation going, are all you need to speak and interact with real native speakers. Before we get to specific suggestions, let's first take a closer look at how having real conversations in your target language is so vital to your mastery of the language. Communicating with other people is the very point of language, and conversation comes easily in our native tongue. For beginners or anyone learning a new language, conversations aren't easy at all, and even simple greetings can be intimidating and awkward. Nothing kills a conversation faster than long periods of awkward silence, so you need practice and specific strategies to avoid them. When you know what to say to keep a conversation going, communication becomes much easier, and you make a better impression on your listener. Nothing will help you learn to speak a language faster and truly master the language than having real conversations with native speakers. Conversations quickly expose you to slang, cultural expressions, and vocabulary that force you to absorb and assimilate information faster than any educational setting. And that's a great thing. But how can you possibly have real conversations with real people if you're just starting out? Here are 3 proven methods that even beginners can quickly use to learn conversational language to make a great impression and avoid awkward silences. First, ask questions to keep a conversation going. For beginners and even more advanced speakers, the key is to ask questions to keep a conversation going. Of course, they can't be just random questions, or else you may confuse the listener. But by memorizing a few key questions and the appropriate time to use them, you can easily carry a conversation with minimal vocabulary or experience. And remember, the more conversations you have, the quicker you will learn and master the language. Second, learn core vocabulary terms as quickly as possible. You don't need to memorize thousands of words to learn conversational language. In fact, with just a couple hundred words, you could have a very basic conversation. And by learning maybe 1,000 to 2,000 words, you could carry a conversation with a native speaker about current events, order in restaurants, and even get directions. To help you get started with this, check out our 2,000 common words, also known as our core list. These 2,000 words are all you need to learn to speak fluently and carry a conversation with a native speaker. Third, study video or audio lessons that you can play and replay again and again. If you want to know how to carry on a conversation, then you need exposure to native speakers, and the more, the better. Studying video or audio lessons is ideal because they provide contextualized learning in your native language, and you can play them again and again until you achieve mastery. Our instructors have created more than 2,500 video and audio lessons that you can play over and over. And the best part is, they don't just teach you vocabulary and grammar. They are designed to help you learn to speak and teach you practical everyday topics like shopping, ordering, and more. Although it may seem intimidating for a beginner, the truth is that it's very easy to learn conversational language. Just learn a few core vocabulary terms and which questions to ask to keep a conversation going. Our language learning program has the world's largest online collection of video and audio lessons by real instructors, plus tons of advanced tools to help you learn to speak and carry on a conversation quickly. Just a little practice and exposure to real conversations or lessons is all it really takes. So, if you're ready to finally learn a new language the fast, fun, and easy way, sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Signing up takes less than 30 seconds, and you'll start speaking from your very first lesson. If you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! You've studied for a while and are ready to talk to people and practice what you've learned. But where do you start? Starting a conversation in a new language can seem a bit intimidating. How do you just jump into it? In this video, we'll look at 5 ways to start conversations. Number 1. Introduce yourself in your target language. This is usually one of the first things you learn when you start studying a new language. And sometimes, starting a conversation, or continuing one, is as simple as introducing yourself. Number 2. Talking about the weather. This is a universal talking point. People talk about the weather all over the world. And just saying, "It's really nice today," is enough to start a conversation. A great way to practice your weather conversation skills is to check out our Can-Do lesson pathway. This series of lessons teaches you how to talk about the weather in your target language. Number 3. Give compliments. Compliments are a great way to start a conversation. You can compliment something about your conversation partner's city, country, or something specific to them personally. "Hey, your bag is super cute," or "That ice cream looks delicious." These kinds of compliments can lead to further conversation about what you complimented. In this case, it could be fashion or a local restaurant. This is a great way to make quick connections with people. Number 4. Ask for help. For example, you can ask for directions, ask about prices, or request recommendations for restaurants or shopping spots, and let the conversation go from there. People are usually happy to lend a helping hand to tourists who are visiting their city. Number 5. Learn phrases for transactions. This can include getting a room at a hotel or telling a taxi driver where to go. When you're traveling overseas, you'll need to talk to other people in your target language. And while this might be a bit scary at first, you'll find that the people you meet are just happy that you're trying to communicate with them. So get started talking in your target language now. For even more tips on how to start conversations, check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Do you want to have access to tons of language lessons, but you don't want to have to buy more textbooks? In this video, you'll learn 6 ways you can get language lessons for free. This video will cover ways to get our audio and video lessons on a regular basis, so you can work on improving your language skills. You can use these anywhere, anytime. All right, let's take a look at how to get access. First, right on our website. New lessons come out every single week. Mondays, Tuesdays, and video lessons on Fridays. Access them all in the Lessons drop-down menu on the site. Click on Newest Lessons. If you're on the go, you're going to work, driving, or running errands, you can easily learn with your mobile device. And that brings us to our next tip. Second, get lessons on the Innovative Language app. If you're an iPhone, iPad, or Android user, learn on the go with the Innovative Language 101 app. Download it for free. After you download the app, you can keep up with all the latest lessons. There is a Newest Lessons icon right on the home screen, and it gives you instant access to your free lessons anywhere, anytime. Just look for Innovative Language 101 on the App Store or Google Play. The third way is the Apple TV app. You can learn on the big screen. Turn on your TV and access all of your audio and video lessons. You can learn at home, keep the lessons playing, and immerse yourself all day long with the Innovative Language 101 app. Look for it on the Apple TV App Store. Now, this one is useful for only Apple TV subscribers, but if you're not an Apple TV subscriber, don't worry. The fourth way, get lessons with our iTunes feed. iTunes can download your lessons automatically and have them saved forever. You get every single lesson as it comes out. You'll never miss one. They're saved in your iTunes. Simply search for us on iTunes and subscribe. Fifth is the Daily Dose of Language app. This is for the iPhone, iPad, and Android. With this, you get bite-sized lessons sent to your device every day. Each day, you get a notification that your daily dose of language is here. Doing the lesson takes just a minute. These aren't our full-sized audio and video lessons, but these 1-minute lessons will help you build a habit of learning daily. Find the Daily Dose of Language app on the App Store or Google Play. The sixth way is with our brand new Alexa skill. If you own an Amazon Echo, Dot, or Show, or are planning to get one, you'll want the Daily Dose by Innovative Language. Find it in the Amazon Skill Store. With it, you get new audio lessons and vocab lessons every day across all 34 languages. If you're ready to start learning a new language, these 6 tips can help you get started learning with our language learning program. Just pick which way works best for you and get started learning today. There are so many ways to start learning for free. Just check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! How to improve your language and speak more through preparation. Okay, let's get into part 1. Why you should prepare for conversations ahead of time. If you're a beginner, you can probably relate to this. When it comes to speaking, you tend to run out of things to say. And that's because you don't know enough of the language to express yourself. And that's where preparation comes in. You may think that the conversations we have in our daily lives are spontaneous, that you can't prepare for them. You're right to an extent. But imagine meeting someone for the first time. Both of you will go through some common questions and phrases, like, what's your name? My name is, where are you from? And how long have you been studying the language? As a language learner, you'll have these kinds of conversations with almost every native you meet, guaranteed. They'll always ask you about how long and how you've been learning. And even with your friends, some conversations start the same way. For example, you say things like, hey, how are you? How are things? How was your weekend? My weekend was good, and you? Let's say you went to a restaurant this weekend, and now you want to talk about it. Well, that allows you to prepare and learn some phrases like, I went to a restaurant. The restaurant had delicious food. The point is, some questions and phrases come up often in conversations, so it makes total sense to master them ahead of time. And you can always plan ahead and prepare for things you want to talk about. When it comes time to speak, you know what to say, how to respond, and you don't run out of talking points as quickly. So, how do you prepare? Let's jump into part 2. The first thing you can do to prepare is check out our 25 Questions You Need to Know lesson series. This series is specifically designed to help you with the first-time conversations you'll have with native speakers. you'll learn the 25 most common questions and answers used in conversations. Just listen to the lessons, repeat out loud, then put what you learned to use. These will serve as talking points so you can keep your conversations going. Number 2, print out the curriculum for this lesson series so you can review all of the lessons at once. The curriculum gives you the lines and vocabulary used in all lessons up front, so you can use this to review key questions and responses. This will allow you to control conversations and ask questions instead of just having the native speaker ask you all the questions. In other words, you'll sound like a fluid, confident, and experienced speaker. Number 3, check out our printable conversation cheat sheets. This is another free resource that gives you lines and words for all kinds of topics. For example, talking about hobbies, your family, and much more. Number 4, ask yourself, what do you want to talk about? Come up with some topics, and for each topic, write out potential questions and phrases that would come up in a conversation. For example, if you want to talk about restaurants, you can have lines like, my favorite restaurant is, my favorite food is, what's your favorite restaurant? And then run these lines through a translation app. It won't be perfect, but it'll give you lines to use that you can correct later. Number 5, look for lessons that are related to your topics with our lesson library. On our site, we have hundreds of lessons that teach you conversations. So if you're looking for lessons related to restaurants and food, you'll get all kinds of conversations that you can use for yourself. And number 6, if you're a Premium Plus user, get in touch with your teacher via My Teacher and try a conversation with them. They'll help you every step of the way, correct your writing, and give you the lines to use in a conversation. That way, you can prepare ahead of time, and when it comes time to speak, you'll know what to say. So thank you for watching this episode of Monthly Review. If you're like most language learners, then your number one goal is to speak more, right? You want to have fluid conversations with natives. It's a great goal to have. But for most language learners, speaking also happens to be their weakest skill. You may not know enough of the language to express yourself. You tend to run out of words and things to say. And you're just not sure how to start conversations. If you have at least one of these issues, then talking points are just what you need. Part 1. What's a talking point? A talking point is a topic that invites discussion or argument. In other words, just something to talk about. It could be about yourself, your work, your hobbies, the weather, food, or what you did this past weekend. All of these are talking points. Here's an example to help you better understand talking points. Think of a conversation you'd have with a friend. You can ask, "What did you do this weekend?" They'll reply and then ask you back. The talking point here is the weekend. Let's say your friend says they went to a restaurant. That's a natural talking point to explore next. You can ask, "What kind of restaurants do you like?" Now you've covered 2 talking points. The more talking points you have, the more you can speak. And the same goes for your target language. The only challenge is you need to know the relevant words and phrases for that topic. For example, if you want to talk about the weekend, you need to know phrases and questions like, "What did you do this weekend?" "I did this." "What about you?" In the next part, you'll discover 5 easy talking points that you can master with our learning program. Let's get into Part 2. Part 2. 5 talking points you can use. The first one is, learn how to introduce yourself in your target language. Why is this a powerful talking point? Introducing yourself is something you'll do again and again, every time you meet someone new. So learning the relevant phrases is a must. If you've done the first few lessons on our site, you can already do this. If not, then check out our absolute beginner lessons and the top 25 questions you must know lessons. You'll learn basic conversations with our quick 3 to 15-minute lessons. We'll give you the exact lines to use, along with the translations, so that you can use them in conversations. You can also use this talking point to continue a conversation. For example, if you've started with a different point, like the weather, then it makes sense to say, "By the way, my name is..." Talking point number 2, the weather. This is a universal talking point. People like to talk or complain about the weather all over the world. In fact, just saying, "It's really nice today," is enough to start a conversation with a native speaker. If you want to talk about the weather, check out our can-do lesson pathway called Can Talk About Weather. You'll find this pathway in the absolute beginner level of our lesson library. Talking point number 3, compliments. Compliments are another great way to start a conversation or continue one. If you're running out of things to say, you can quickly transition and say something about their city, their country, or just, hey, I like your shirt. If you want to learn how to compliment, check out our compliments phrase list. This list is free to access for all users. If you don't know where to find it on our site, leave a comment in the comments below and we'll follow up. Point number 4, ask for help. For example, you can ask for directions or about the price and let the conversation go from there. These are very basic phrases that you learn in our survival phrases lessons. If you want to strike up a quick dialogue, this is a great talking point to use. Point number 5, learn phrases for transactions, like getting a room at a hotel, shopping, ordering food, or telling the taxi driver where to go. You may think that this isn't much of a talking point, but for the learners that are shy about talking to random native speakers for no reason, this is an easy way to start a dialogue. You have a good excuse. You want to buy something, so the staff will be happy to respond. Again, you learn all of these with our survival phrases lessons. Okay, let's move on to our last part. Part 3, how to get our conversation cheat sheets. Lastly, I'm going to tell you how to get our collection of conversation cheat sheets for free. With these cheat sheets, you'll be able to talk about all kinds of topics: travel, hobbies, dating, family, weather, and much more, which means you can master a lot of talking points and speak more of your target language. If you'd like to get these cheat sheets, please leave us a comment in the comment section.
Want to speak real Polish from your first lesson? Sign up for your free lifetime account at polishpod101.com.
25 Polish phrases. My name is Marzena. Let's start. So the first phrase is cześć. Cześć means hello in Polish. So when you meet your friend, you can say cześć, which would be like saying hello. But then again, you can use cześć to say bye as well. For example, when you meet your friend, you can say cześć, and then when you have to go back home, you can say cześć again. So this one is pretty useful. So our next phrase is dzień dobry. Dzień dobry means good morning in English, but actually what it literally means is dzień, which is a day, and dobry, which is good. So actually what you are saying, it's good day. That's why we can use it through the whole day, not only in the morning. You can say it in the evening as well, or in the afternoon. You can say it to your friends or to your family and to a person you don't know as well. So feel free to use it anytime you want. And our next phrase is dobry wieczór. Dobry wieczór means good evening, literally means good evening. For example, through the whole day you would say dzień dobry, but at the end of the day you would say dobry wieczór. Now, actually, a lot of people, it's very difficult to know when can you start saying that, when can you start saying dobry wieczór instead of dzień dobry. So a lot of people I know starts with like dzień dobry, they want to say dzień dobry, but they didn't notice it's already evening and they say like dzień dobry wieczór, which is the funny way of saying that. You can try it if you want. Dobranoc. Dobranoc means good night. So you would usually use it before going to bed, when you want to say bye to your family or to your friends and just you are sleepy, you will just say dobranoc. Dobranoc, it's one word, but it actually came from two different words. So like dobra, which means good, and noc, night. So it literally means good night, but it's one word right now. The next phrase is jak się nazywasz? Jak się nazywasz? Which means, what is your name? If you meet a new person, you can use it, but remember that this phrase would be better to use with people of the same age or people younger, because it literally means, what is your name, not what is your name, sir, or what is your name, ma'am. That's why it's not too good to use for like older people. It's better to use it for your friends, for people the same age, or for younger people, for children as well. So once again, jak się nazywasz? And the next one is nazywam się. So obviously if you ask jak się nazywasz, what is your name, you have to answer that, and that's nazywam się, which means my name is. For example, nazywam się Marzena. So the next phrase is miło mi ciebie poznać. Miło mi ciebie poznać, which means it's nice to meet you. So obviously when you meet a new person, you ask jak się nazywasz, and you answer nazywam się, like nazywam się Marzena, and then at the end you usually say like it's nice to meet you, and that would be miło mi ciebie poznać. So the next phrase is jak się masz? Jak się masz? Which means how are you? Now the funny thing is that we don't really ask that a lot in Poland. I mean, we do, but not as often as you do it in English. So when you ask somebody jak się masz, how are you? Be careful, because this person can actually give you the real answer. The next phrase for today is dobrze, dziękuję. A ty? I'm fine, thanks. And you? Dobrze, dziękuję. A ty? I'm fine, thanks. And you? As I told you before, this may not be the answer that you will get. Some people will say so, but some people will just start talking about their problems, about their life, and instead of just getting I'm fine, thank you, and you will get the whole life story of this person and all the problems and everything related. So be careful when you ask this one. It's usually good to ask your friends, people you are closer to, with whom you really want to talk a lot, and then you will get an answer, longer answer. But of course, if you are asked and you don't want to talk about your life, you can just say dobrze, dziękuję, a ty? Proszę. Please. Proszę. Proszę means please in English, and you can use it, for example, when you give somebody something. So like, proszę. Or when you ask somebody to do something, like, proszę, proszę, zrób to dla mnie. Please, please, please do it for me. So going to the next phrase, dziękuję. Dziękuję means thank you in Polish. Well, you can use it to basically anybody you want. When somebody passes you something, you can say, and saying proszę, you can say dziękuję. When somebody invites you inside, saying proszę, proszę, you can say dziękuję as well. When somebody offers you tea or coffee, you can say dziękuję. If you don't want it though, you can say nie dziękuję, which means no, thank you. Nie ma za co. Nie ma za co means you are welcome, but what it actually literally means is there is nothing to be thankful for. So we usually say dziękuję, and the other person would say nie ma za co. Next phrase we have here is tak. Tak means just yes. Whenever you want to say yes, and it's basically the same as in English. So, for example, when you want to use tak, if somebody asks you, do you want a tea or do you want something to drink? And you can say tak. Or you can say, actually adding please, tak, proszę. And when this person passes it to you, you can add dziękuję. The next phrase is nie. Nie means no. For example, if somebody offers you something to drink, if you want it, you can say yes, please, which would be tak, proszę, or tak, poproszę. But if you don't want it, you can say nie, or you can say nie, dziękuję, adding thanks to that. So, do you want something to drink? Nie, dziękuję. And next phrase is dobrze. Dobrze means okay. So, for example, when your friends asks you to go somewhere, or like, do you want to go grab something to eat together? And you can say tak, or you can say dobrze, let's go. Yeah, sure, okay, let's go. Or if they ask you if you want to go together for a trip, you can say, yeah, sure, dobrze. Yeah, I want to go. The next phrase is przepraszam. Przepraszam has many different meanings. So it can mean excuse me, but it also can mean I'm sorry. So you would see a lot of Polish people mixing excuse me and I'm sorry in English, because it's actually one word in Polish. So for example, When you stepped on somebody's leg, you can say przepraszam. When you did something wrong, you can say przepraszam. When you want to pass through like crowd of people, you can say przepraszam, przepraszam, and find your way out. If you did something wrong, you can say przepraszam as well. So it's actually a pretty useful one. So it means excuse me, but it means I'm sorry in the same time. Przepraszam. Przepraszam means I'm sorry. Actually, the next phrase is która jest godzina? Która jest godzina means what time is it? If you want to ask somebody, excuse me, what time is it now? You can say przepraszam, która jest godzina? So let's go to the next one. Another very useful phrase. Gdzie jest toaleta? Gdzie jest toaleta? Which means where's the toilet? So gdzie means actually where. Jest means be or to be, and toaleta is toilet. So gdzie jest toaleta means where is the toilet. So if you are in a shopping mall or in a restaurant and you want to ask, excuse me, where is the toilet, you will say, przepraszam, gdzie jest toaleta? The next phrase is poczekaj chwilkę. Poczekaj means to wait, and chwilkę means a moment, and together it means wait a moment, please. When you see your friend going somewhere, but you still want to talk to him or her, and you can just, call them and then say, poczekaj chwilkę. Ile to kosztuje? Ile to kosztuje means how much is this? When you go to a shop, you will say, przepraszam, ile to kosztuje? So, excuse me, how much is this? Przepraszam, ile to kosztuje? Czy mogę prosić o rachunek? Czy mogę prosić o rachunek? Can I get the check, please? So imagine you are sitting in a very nice Polish restaurant eating pierogi or any other wonderful Polish dish, and you've just finished and you just want to get your bill. So you would just call the waiter saying przepraszam, and then you will add czy mogę prosić o rachunek? And the next one for today is pomocy. Pomocy. This means help, and I hope you will not have to use this one anytime soon. But if you're ever in danger, if you ever are in a very dangerous situation, which I hope you will not be in Poland, you can use this one. You saying pomocy. Do zobaczenia. Do zobaczenia means see you later. You can use it when you speak with your friends and with your family or with anyone basically, because it's not super formal, but it's not only reserved to your closest friends. So like for example, we started this one with cześć, which was hello, but it was bye as well. And this one you would use when you speak with your friends, you would say cześć. But then for everybody else, your friends included, you can say do zobaczenia, which means until we see each other again. Potrafię dobrze mówić po polsku. I can't speak Polish very well. Nie potrafię means I can't. Mówić means to speak, and then po polsku means in Polish. So nie potrafię mówić po polsku, it literally means I can't speak Polish very well, or I can't speak in Polish very well if you wanted a very literal translation. When you start learning the language and you are still not so good, and you meet like people and you want to tell them that your Polish it's not so good, or it's not super good yet, you can use this phrase. Nie potrafię dobrze mówić po polsku. 10 questions you should know in Polish. So let's start. Jak się nazywasz? What's your name? Jak się nazywasz? What is your name? So if you meet somebody and you ask this person, jak się nazywasz? You may hear an answer like, nazywam się Ania. My name is Ania. Ania is actually a pretty common name in Poland. Or nazywam się Marzena. My name is Marzena. Jak się masz? How are you? Jak się masz means how are you? And you may hear an answer like dobrze, which means good. But actually, probably more often you will hear a very, very long answer and it won't be good. Because in Poland, it is not so common to ask, jak się masz. You do ask that, but you ask that only, people you are very close friends with. and you kind of need to expect a longer answer and that people will actually tell you the truth about their life and what wrong happened in it, and it's usually wrong because Polish people love complaining, so be careful with this one. If you don't have time for a longer talk, just don't ask it. Skąd jesteś? Where are you from? Skąd jesteś? Where are you from? So you may hear this question if somebody notices that you are not from Poland. And for example, if you are from America, you can answer z Ameryki, from America. So basically you just put z and then the country. Kiedy masz urodziny? When is your birthday? And if you make new friends, you may hear a question like Kiedy masz urodziny? Which means when is your birthday? And a good answer for that would be just giving, the month and day. You don't have to answer in a whole sentence. So you can say, for example, 8 lutego. 8 lutego, which is February 8th. This is actually my birthday. Gdzie mieszkasz? Where do you live? Another question you may hear is Gdzie mieszkasz? Gdzie mieszkasz? Gdzie mieszkasz means where do you live? And when you can answer like in details, telling the street, saying the street and everything else, or you can just, say mieszkam w Krakowie, which means I live in Krakow. Gdzie pracujesz? Where do you work? Another question you may hear in Poland is Gdzie pracujesz? Where do you work? And it can be about the place or it can be about the company. So, for example, if you don't want to say the company or you are like, reluctant, you just want to say, okay, I work in Krakow, you say pracuję w Krakowie. If you want to say the company, on the other hand, you can just say pracuję w and change Krakow, to the name of a company. Jaki jest twój numer telefonu? What's your phone number? If somebody likes you really much, then they may ask about your phone number, saying, jaki jest twój numer telefonu? What is your phone number? So you can answer that saying, mój numer telefonu to 693 408 896, which means my number is 693 408 896. Just notice that in Polish we usually break it into like groups of 3, and we say not 693, we say 693, which is 693. Gdzie się nauczyłeś polskiego? Where did you learn Polish? Now, because studying Polish it's not so common and you don't actually learn it at school in a lot of countries, you may hear a question, gdzie nauczyłeś się polskiego? Where did you learn Polish? Well, you can answer, for example, w szkole językowej, which means in language school. Czy lubisz polskie jedzenie? Do you like Polish food? Another question you may hear as a foreigner is, of course, do you like Polish food? Which in Polish is, czy lubisz polskie jedzenie? Czy lubisz polskie jedzenie? You can answer whatever you want, like if you like it. If you don't like it, don't feel, like embarrassed and just say it straight, because people will just feed you with Polish food that you don't like. But if you like it, you can say uwielbiam, which means I love it. Kiedy przyjechałeś do Polski? When did you come to Poland? Now, once you come to Poland and you start living there, you will probably hear this one a lot. Kiedy przyjechałeś do Polski? When did you come to Poland? So if it's like for you 3 years, you can say przyjechałem do Polski 3 lata temu. I came to Poland 3 years ago.
Want to speak real Polish from your first lesson? Sign up for your free lifetime account at polishpod101.com.
Top 10 most common tourist vocabulary. So are you ready? So our first word is bilet. It means ticket. So once again, bilet means a ticket. And for example, you can say Poproszę bilet normalny. Poproszę bilet normalny. Normal ticket, please. So actually, normal ticket here is a literal translation. We say in Poland, bilet normalny for an adult ticket. So as opposed to the one for children, which we will say ulgowy. Ulgowy. Ulgowy means that there is some kind of ulga. So it means that there is some percent off the price. So you pay less. And bilet normalny is we just say normal ticket, but it means adult ticket, like the very basic ticket, as opposed to the one for kids. Or to the one for elders, which they usually have a cheaper ticket as well. And depending on the city you go in Poland, sometimes you will buy just one ticket for the bus and you can go as many stops as you want. Like this is how it works in Warsaw. But also in Warsaw you can buy time-limited ticket, like for example a ticket for 75 minutes, and this means that you can go whenever you want, wherever you want, for 75 minutes from the time you validate this ticket, but you can change the bus. So for example, you have to take the tram and then you bus and then you have to switch to metro or something, so you are basically taking 3 different cars, 3 different transportation ways. Then it's better for you maybe to get a 75 minutes ticket, so you can switch between those and don't pay additional price and you don't have to buy another ticket, which is a very convenient way. And what happens if you are stuck with this 75 minutes ticket in a traffic jam? Well, usually most of the vehicles like buses or trams, they will have a ticket machine inside of it. So you can buy another ticket if you are like running late and then there is a big traffic jam and you didn't really count it in and now it's your 75 minutes is already over, then you can buy a new one at the bus. If there is no ticket machine, the best thing you can do is just get off at the next bus stop. So that's how it works in Warsaw, and other cities around the Poland is sometimes different. Sometimes you have one-time ticket, sometimes you have a time limit ticket, sometimes you have a different type of ticket, so be sure to ask about it when you get to the city. Our next word is turysta, a tourist. Turysta means a tourist, so that probably will be you when you are going around and sightseeing in Poland. And for example, you can say, dużo tutaj turystów. There is a lot of tourists here. Dużo tutaj turystów. So actually there is more and more tourists coming to Poland, to Warsaw, to Kraków, of course. But lately even cities like Wrocław, Opole, Poznań even, or Gdańsk are pretty much touristic. There is a lot of tourists coming, and they are very busy, especially during summer. Especially Gdańsk, which is very close to the Baltic Sea. It's a super busy city during the summer. Plan podróży, itinerary. For example, you can say, to jest nasz plan podróży. To jest nasz plan podróży. This is our itinerary. And of course, it's good to make your plan podróży before you come to Poland. And I would advise you to stay for about a week or so to see as much as you can, because coming for a shorter period of time, like 3 days or 2 days, it can be okay, but you will probably not enjoy it so much. So at least, I would say at least 1 week, if not more, because Poland is a big country. And there is a lot of places you can travel to, you can travel around. I guess right now all the big major cities are pretty well connected with the train usually, or sometimes buses. And buses can be very cheap. So please check it out when you plan to go to Poland, if you can go by train, or maybe you should take a bus. Sometimes it's just a small difference, and all the buses usually have Wi-Fi, so you can still like watch something or just sit down and play or whatever. and enjoy your bus ride as well. Przewodnik, the guidebook. The same word can be used to refer to a guide or a mail guide. Przewodnik. And you can ask somebody, masz przewodnik? Masz przewodnik? Do you have a guidebook? Of course, it's important to buy one before coming to Poland so you can know all the attractions that are waiting ahead for you. So to make like your plan podróży, your itinerary, it's very important to have one. But also, you know, when you are walking around, sometimes it's just very convenient to have something like that, to have your przewodnik, to check out for like new restaurants or something that's around you. Of course, you can use internet, and there is Wi-Fi pretty much everywhere around in bigger cities, and that's sometimes more convenient, but sometimes just, you know, easy to have your book, your guidebook. Our next word is autobus wycieczkowy, which means a tour bus. And lately it's been more and more popular to go around big cities like Warsaw or Krakow with a tour bus. So it's easy because you can just buy one ticket and you can go around. And in Warsaw there is also one city bus that is dedicated for tourists. So of course everybody can take it, but the funny part is that it goes around Warsaw and it gets you to all those big tourist locations. So it goes from one tourist location to another, and of course it's a normal city bus. And as I said, anybody can take it. But the funny part is that, you know, it goes around all the main sites, so that's very, very convenient. And if you are taking a tour and you've got this tour bus, you can say, gdzie jest nasz autobus wycieczkowy? Gdzie jest nasz autobus wycieczkowy? Where is our tour bus? Gdzie jest nasz autobus wycieczkowy? Świątynia means a temple, and you will not find a lot of temples in Poland, like very close to zero, but sometimes we call a church a temple as well. So sometimes we actually refer to a church as świątynia or świątynia Boga, like the God's temple or something like that. And for example, you can say, zróbmy sobie zdjęcie przed świątynią. Zróbmy sobie zdjęcie przed świątynią. Let's take a picture in front of a temple. Another one, meczet, mosque. There are some places where we still have some. In my hometown, we used to have one. We don't have it anymore, but everybody knows where it used to be, so everybody refers to that place, well, you know, this place where a meczet was, where a mosque was. And in a sentence, you can use this word like this. Ten meczet jest bardzo stary. Ten meczet jest bardzo stary. This mosque is very old. The next word is super important in Poland, and it's kościół, church. Basically, if you are going around Poland, very, very possible that you will be going or sightseeing around all those churches. So all around kościół, kościół, kościół. And for example, you can say, ten kościół został zbudowany w średniowieczu. Ten kościół został zbudowany w średniowieczu. This church was built in the Middle Ages. Ten kościół został zbudowany w średniowieczu. Yes, we do have a lot of kościół or a lot of churches in Poland. For example, in my hometown, Opole, we do have around four, I guess 1, 2, 3, maybe three, around three in just the city, the main part, the main city square in the city center. So it's like maybe 2 minutes from one church to another, and they're all different. So it's very nice for sightseeing or going around, but it's like literally maybe 2-3 minutes between one and the other. And when they have, like, you know, on Sunday you can hear the bells ringing in one church and another one, and 5 minutes later another one. So it's very funny. And yeah, we have a lot of churches in Poland, basically. Some of them very beautiful, so please check it out. Our next word is wodospad. Wodospad means waterfall, and it's basically the word itself is built like in English, so water is falling, and in Poland is wodospad. Spad, like go down, from spadać, and wodo from woda, from water, so the water is falling, wodospad. And for example, you can say, podobno tam jest duży wodospad. Podobno tam jest duży wodospad. There is supposed to be a big waterfall out there. Podobno tam jest duży wodospad. Well, we don't really have a lot of waterfalls in Poland. I guess if you go to the mountains, you will see like a small river and something like a waterfall, which can look beautiful. But I guess we have more lakes maybe, which are even more beautiful. So please be sure to check out Polish nature, because it's amazing. Our next word is a lot of fun, and it's wycieczka. Wycieczka means a tour, and if you find a nice wycieczka in an offer, maybe you can say, pojedziemy na tę wycieczkę. Pojedziemy na tę wycieczkę. Are we going for this tour? And of course you can like go by yourself and go around and do sightseeing by yourself, but it's also very nice to get a tour, a guided tour, especially if you go around Krakow, like you go to Auschwitz or you go to Wieliczka. And I think it's very important to get guided tour there, because first of all, it's very difficult to get there, and second of all, it's nice to go there with somebody who can tell you a little bit more about the place than just see the place.
Want to finally start speaking in your target language? In this guide, you'll discover the top 7 ways to practice speaking on your own with our lessons. Let's begin. Number 1, shadowing. Shadowing is a proven learning technique where all you do is repeat what you hear in order to practice speaking. So access any audio or video lesson on the site and press the play button to start. Then, as you listen or watch, just repeat the conversations. Or, even easier, read along out loud with the dialogue section. The script is right there in front of you. With our lessons, you can master entire conversations, just like that. Number 2, read out loud. I just mentioned it, but reading out loud is another powerful tactic and deserves its own mention. With every lesson, you get written transcripts and translations. So, as you play the lesson, read the dialogue out loud as you hear it. Why? By reading out loud, you're also practicing your speaking skills. You can do this with the lesson notes, the lesson transcript, or the dialogue tool. With the dialogue tool, you can listen to each line again and again, and repeat out loud until you master them all. Number 3, speed up your reading to speed up your speaking. Being able to speak without thinking is a sign of language mastery. If you're talking to a native and can respond quickly, they'll assume that you're fairly fluent. How can you do this? When you read out loud, try increasing your speed a little bit every time. So, start by reading with the dialogue tool. If you're like most learners, you'll read the first line slowly. That's because you're still getting used to the words, which is okay. Reread it. On your second try, you know most of the words, and you'll read a little faster. Reread it again. On your third try, you'll be even faster, at a native speaker's speed. And being able to read these phrases out loud and fast will help you speak fast. Number 4, record and compare yourself with native speakers. In order to sound like a native speaker, you must imitate native speakers. So here's how. Access the voice recorder, which is in the dialogue study tool in every lesson. Click on the microphone icon. Listen to the native speaker's audio, and then record yourself. You can then compare the 2 recordings side by side, and practice and try again and again until you perfect your pronunciation. Number 5, get feedback from our Premium Plus teacher. If you're learning by yourself and don't have access to real teachers, then you can always get feedback from our Premium Plus teachers. With the My Teacher tool, you can record yourself speaking and send the audio file to the teacher. They'll review it and tell you what to improve and how. That's it. Number 6, level up your speaking with Premium Plus assignments. With Premium Plus, you can also get assignments that cover reading, writing, listening, and even speaking from your teacher. These assignments can be tailored to your goals and needs. You get a new one every week, or anytime you're ready for a new one. Number 7, get even more lessons in the lesson library. If you want even more lessons on speaking and conversations, visit our lesson library and under Category, choose Conversation. You'll get all of the pathways and lessons that are focused on speaking.
In this video, you'll have a chance to test them out with a quiz. First, you'll see an image and hear a question. Next comes a short dialogue. Listen carefully and see if you can answer correctly. We'll show you the answer at the end. Are you ready?
Kobieta pyta o coś sprzedawcę w księgarni. Jaką książkę kobieta chce zobaczyć? Przepraszam, chciałabym zobaczyć książkę z tamtej półki.
Którą książkę?
O samochodach.
Chwileczkę. Tą?
Tak, tą.
Proszę bardzo.
Jaką książkę kobieta chce zobaczyć? Kobieta pyta o coś sprzedawcę w księgarni. Jaką książkę kobieta chce zobaczyć? Przepraszam, chciałabym zobaczyć książkę z tamtej półki.
Którą książkę?
O samochodach.
Chwileczkę. Tą?
Tak, tą.
Proszę bardzo.
Mężczyzna i kobieta patrzą na menu w restauracji. Co mężczyzna zamawia?
Co zamawiasz?
Pizza wygląda pysznie. Myślę, że ją wezmę.
Wczoraj jadłem pizzę, więc...
Okej, to co powiesz na hamburgera?
Brzmi świetnie.
Co mężczyzna zamawia? Mężczyzna i kobieta patrzą na menu w restauracji. Co mężczyzna zamawia?
Co zamawiasz?
Pizza wygląda pysznie. Myślę, że ją wezmę.
Wczoraj jadłem pizzę, więc...
Okej, to co powiesz na hamburgera?
Brzmi świetnie.
Mężczyzna dzwoni do lekarza. Do której godziny mężczyzna musi być u lekarza? Dzień dobry, w czym mogę pomóc?
O której dzisiaj zamykacie?
Zamykamy o 6:00, ale proszę przyjść przed 5:30.
Dobrze, dziękuję.
Do której godziny mężczyzna musi być u lekarza? Mężczyzna dzwoni do lekarza. Do której godziny mężczyzna musi być u lekarza? Dzień dobry, w czym mogę pomóc?
O której dzisiaj zamykacie?
Zamykamy o 6:00, ale proszę przyjść przed 5:30.
Dobrze, dziękuję.
Chłopiec czyta swój pamiętnik. Jaka była pierwsza rzecz, jaką dzisiaj zrobił?
Dzisiaj była super pogoda. Po południu poszedłem na basen, wieczorem poszedłem do kina. Cały ranek się uczyłem. To był niezły dzień.
Jaka była pierwsza rzecz, jaką dzisiaj zrobił? Chłopiec czyta swój pamiętnik. Jaka była pierwsza rzecz, jaką dzisiaj zrobił?
Dzisiaj była super pogoda. Po południu poszedłem na basen, wieczorem poszedłem do kina. Cały ranek się uczyłem. To był niezły dzień.
Kobieta i mężczyzna patrzą na zdjęcie. Na jakie zdjęcie patrzą? To jest zdjęcie drużyny piłkarskiej twojego syna, prawda? Który to twój syn?
Ten
O, jest najwyższy.
jest wyższy nawet ode mnie.
Na jakie zdjęcie patrzą? Kobieta i mężczyzna patrzą na zdjęcie. Na jakie zdjęcie patrzą? To jest zdjęcie drużyny piłkarskiej twojego syna, prawda? Który to twój syn?
Ten
O, jest najwyższy.
jest wyższy nawet ode mnie.
Want to speed up your language learning? Get access to all of our best PDF cheat sheets for free. Just click the link in the description and sign up for your free lifetime account right now.
I'd like to exchange money.
Chciałbym wymienić walutę. Chciałbym wymienić walutę.
I'd like to make a withdrawal.
Chciałbym dokonać wypłaty. Chciałbym dokonać wypłaty.
I'd like to make a deposit.
Chciałbym dokonać wpłaty. Chciałbym dokonać wpłaty.
I'd like to open an account.
Chciałbym założyć konto. Chciałbym założyć konto.
It takes 3 to 5 business days.
To potrwa od 3 do 5 dni roboczych. To potrwa od 3 do 5 dni roboczych.
Could I have a statement, please?
Czy mogę dostać wyciąg z konta? Czy mogę dostać wyciąg z konta?
Go back.
Wróć. Wróć.
Are there any annual charges with this account?
Czy z tym kontem są powiązane jakieś coroczne opłaty? Czy z tym kontem są powiązane jakieś coroczne opłaty?
Is this your first time with us?
Czy będzie pan u nas po raz pierwszy? Czy będzie pan u nas po raz pierwszy?
I'll leave it up to you.
Proszę zdecydować. Proszę zdecydować.
Is the water too cold?
Czy woda nie jest za zimna? Czy woda nie jest za zimna?
Can you come back later?
Czy może pan wrócić później? Czy może pan wrócić później?
Sorry, we're completely booked.
Przykro mi, nie mamy wolnych miejsc. Przykro mi, nie mamy wolnych miejsc.
We'll give you a call.
Zadzwonimy do pana. Zadzwonimy do pana.
I'll take one of this.
Wezmę jedno z tych. Wezmę jedno z tych.
What's this?
Co to jest? Co to jest?
Can I have a bag, please?
Czy mogę dostać reklamówkę? Czy mogę dostać reklamówkę?
Ready to start?
Czy możemy zacząć? Czy możemy zacząć?
The flight will arrive at 8:45 p.m.
Samolot wyląduje o 20:45. Samolot wyląduje o 20:45.
It looks like it will take about 30 more minutes to get there.
Wygląda na to, że minie jeszcze ze 30 minut, zanim tam dotrzemy. Wygląda na to, że minie jeszcze ze 30 minut, zanim tam dotrzemy.
We'll arrive 30 minutes early.
Będziemy 30 minut wcześniej. Będziemy 30 minut wcześniej.
She'll be here by 7 p.m.
Ona dotrze tu do 19. Ona dotrze tu do 19.
What is a good time for you?
O której ci pasuje? O której ci pasuje?
Today is Wednesday.
Wczoraj był wtorek. Wczoraj był wtorek.
Monday is the worst day of the week.
Poniedziałek to najgorszy dzień tygodnia. Poniedziałek to najgorszy dzień tygodnia.
It's already Sunday.
Już niedziela. Już niedziela.
The day after tomorrow is Friday.
Pojutrze jest piątek. Pojutrze jest piątek.
What day is it today?
Jaki dzisiaj dzień? Jaki dzisiaj dzień?
It's only Tuesday.
Dopiero wtorek. Dopiero wtorek.
He's leaving now.
On właśnie wychodzi. On właśnie wychodzi.
Let's leave in 20 minutes.
Wyjdźmy za 20 minut. Wyjdźmy za 20 minut.
Can we leave around 6?
Czy możemy wyjść około 6? Czy możemy wyjść około 6?
It's noon.
Jest południe. Jest południe.
It's 3 o'clock.
Jest trzecia. Jest trzecia.
It ends in 30 minutes.
Skończy się za pół godziny. Skończy się za pół godziny.
It's almost dusk.
Już prawie zmierzch. Już prawie zmierzch.
It's midnight.
Jest północ. Jest północ.
Be here before noon.
Bądź tu przed południem. Bądź tu przed południem.
This weekend I'm going to the movies.
W ten weekend idę do kina. W ten weekend idę do kina.
What are you doing this weekend?
Co robisz w ten weekend? Co robisz w ten weekend?
I'll have time next week.
Będę miał czas w przyszłym tygodniu. Będę miał czas w przyszłym tygodniu.
I'm busy this week.
W tym tygodniu jestem zajęty. W tym tygodniu jestem zajęty.
I have no money.
Nie mam pieniędzy. Nie mam pieniędzy.
Leave me alone.
Zostaw mnie w spokoju. Zostaw mnie w spokoju.
I want to go here.
Chcę iść w to miejsce. Chcę iść w to miejsce.
I'm looking for this place.
Szukam tego miejsca. Szukam tego miejsca.
They took my phone.
Zabrali mi telefon. Zabrali mi telefon.
This area is dangerous.
Ten obszar jest niebezpieczny. Ten obszar jest niebezpieczny.
Do you speak English?
Czy mówisz po angielsku? Czy mówisz po angielsku?
Want to speak real Polish from your first lesson? Sign up for your free lifetime account at polishpod101.com. I'm sorry.
Przepraszam. Przepraszam.
Don't worry.
Nie martw się. Nie martw się.
It's okay.
W porządku. W porządku.
Please?
Proszę. Proszę.
Please forgive me.
Proszę, wybacz mi. Proszę, wybacz mi.
I really appreciate it.
Bardzo to doceniam. Bardzo to doceniam.
Thank you.
Dziękuję. Dziękuję.
You're welcome.
Nie ma za co. Nie ma za co.
Make yourself at home.
Rozgość się. Rozgość się.
Hello.
Cześć. Cześć.
Goodbye.
Do widzenia. Do widzenia.
Good morning.
Dzień dobry. Dzień dobry.
Good evening.
Dobry wieczór. Dobry wieczór.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Przepraszam za spóźnienie. Przepraszam za spóźnienie.
Hello?
Halo? Halo?
Awesome.
Super. Super.
Delicious.
Pyszne. Pyszne.
Nice to meet you.
Miło mi cię poznać. Miło mi cię poznać.
Really?
Naprawdę? Naprawdę?
What time is it?
Która godzina? Która godzina?
How are you?
Jak się masz? Jak się masz?
I'm good.
Dobrze. Dobrze.
Help.
Pomocy. Pomocy.
I don't like it.
Nie podoba mi się to. Nie podoba mi się to.
I like it.
Podoba mi się to. Podoba mi się to.
It's difficult.
To trudne. To trudne.
Once again, please.
Proszę powtórzyć. Proszę powtórzyć.
I don't understand.
Nie rozumiem. Nie rozumiem.
Slower, please.
Proszę wolniej. Proszę wolniej.
What is it?
Co to jest? Co to jest?
Where are you from?
Skąd jesteś? Skąd jesteś?
How old are you?
Ile masz lat? Ile masz lat?
What's your phone number?
Jaki masz numer telefonu? Jaki masz numer telefonu?
Long time no see.
Dawno się nie widzieliśmy. Dawno się nie widzieliśmy.
This is for you.
To dla ciebie. To dla ciebie.
How have you been?
Co u ciebie? Co u ciebie?
I'm afraid I can't make it.
Obawiam się, że nie dam rady. Obawiam się, że nie dam rady.
Never mind.
Nie ma sprawy. Nie ma sprawy.
I forgive you.
Wybaczam ci. Wybaczam ci.
I'm fine.
W porządku. W porządku.
And you?
A u ciebie? A u ciebie?
Good night.
Dobranoc. Dobranoc.
Good afternoon.
Dzień dobry. Dzień dobry.
Bye bye.
Papa. Papa.
How many people are there in your family?
Ile osób jest w twojej rodzinie? Ile osób jest w twojej rodzinie?
It takes about 30 minutes by train.
Pociągiem będzie mniej więcej 30 minut. Pociągiem będzie mniej więcej 30 minut.
Excuse me.
Przepraszam. Przepraszam.
Hold on.
Poczekaj. Poczekaj.
May I sit here?
Czy mogę tu usiąść? Czy mogę tu usiąść?
Thank you very much.
Dziękuję bardzo. Dziękuję bardzo.
What did you say?
Co powiedziałeś? Co powiedziałeś? Hello everyone, welcome to Top Polish Words. My name is Marzena and today we will learn 10 phrases you always want to hear in Polish. Świetnie dzisiaj wyglądasz. You look great today. So the first one is świetnie dzisiaj wyglądasz. You look great today. So that's a good one. You can say it to your friends. You can say it to somebody from your family. You wouldn't say it to a person you don't know, like, you know, random person on the street, which you do in some other countries. But everybody will feel better with this one. Świetnie dzisiaj wyglądasz. You look great today. Tęsknię za tobą. I miss you. Tęsknię za tobą. Tęsknię za tobą means I miss you. So this is something you would say to a person close to you, to somebody from your family. Well, somebody, you know, you don't have to address as a sir, a ma'am. You can write it to a person you love, for example, or to your mom, to your dad. Wykonałeś świetną robotę. You did a great job. Wykonałeś świetną robotę. You did a great job. This is a phrase, I guess, that you will hear at a company. Maybe your boss will tell you that, or your supervisor, or maybe your teacher even. But somebody you know who is above you and he will prize you for whatever you've done. Dostaniesz premię na koniec miesiąca. There will be a bonus at the end of the month. Dostaniesz premię na koniec miesiąca. There will be a bonus at the end of the month. Well, I guess bonuses in Poland right now are quite common. It wasn't like this 20 years ago. But right now in a lot of companies, you know, they want to make people like, they want to, you know, people to work better. They want people to try. So there is this system of bonuses in most of the companies in Poland right now. So you may actually hear this one if you work well. Dobrze gotujesz. You're an excellent cook. Dobrze gotujesz. Dobrze gotujesz means you are an excellent cook. And this is very important in Poland, especially. We do love food, and we do love, you know, our homemade food. So whenever you want to marry in the Polish family, be sure to be a good cook. And we do cook a lot. We do cook a lot in Poland. We don't really go out, eating out. So phrase like, you know, dobrze gotujesz, it's a compliment and a very, very good one. Odpocznij sobie, dzisiaj ja posprzątam. Take a break, I will do the cleaning today. Odpocznij sobie, dzisiaj ja posprzątam. Take a break, I will do the cleaning today. That's something I would love to hear. We do, you know, like, there is this whole schedule to Polish Week, and because a lot of people still go to church on Sunday, and they don't work on Sunday, we usually do our cleaning on Saturday. It's like, I guess in a lot of other families, both the wife and the husband, they both, you know, engage in the cleaning process, and they both try to, you know, like clean the house. And then on Sunday, they both usually rest and start work from Monday to Friday. Wygrałeś, and you win. Wygrałeś, and you win. We've got this very popular lottery in Poland. It's called Totolotek, and you can buy it almost everywhere. There's the small kiosks where they sell it. And I guess a lot of people try to, you know, try their luck. And I guess, you know, I would be super happy if I won like 1 million zloty, which I never did. I guess the most I won was 200 zloty, which is like still $50, $60 maybe. Pretty good. Miałeś rację. You were right. Miałeś rację. You were right. It's difficult to say that somebody else was right. And I guess, you know, like girls in Poland would admit it, like, you know, oh, you were right. But guys are so proud, you know, and I don't think they will do that. I don't think guys say that a lot. Przyniosłem ci coś specjalnego. I brought you something special. Przyniosłem ci coś specjalnego. I brought you something special. And this something special can be a piece of cake, wonderful Polish sernink, cheesecake, or like a flower or two. Budżet jest nieograniczony. The budget is unlimited. Okay, so the next one is budżet jest nieograniczony, which basically means the budget is unlimited. I don't think you will ever hear it in a Polish company, but if so, that's definitely something that will make you happy. And that's all for today. Once again, my name is Marzena, and today we learned 10 things you want to hear in Polish. So if you like this video, please remember to like it and remember to check out polishpod101.com. That's all for today, and see you next time. Thank you. So the first word is, and I promise you this is the most difficult word you will ever learn in Polish, as for the pronunciation, is chrząszcz. I will just say it again. Chrząszcz, which means beetle. Yeah, so we use it a lot for tongue twisters. Like, for example, a very famous one is chrząszcz brzmi w Szczecinie, w Szczebrzeszynie, which means beetle sounds in the reeds in a town called Szczebrzeszyn, which makes it even more difficult to say. Chrząszcz brzmi w Szczecinie, w Szczebrzeszynie. Ah, yeah, that was correct. Lubić. Lubić means just to like something. So whenever you're asking somebody, what do you like? Or you want to say, I like this, you would use this verb. Of course, change it depending on the person. For example, you can say, lubisz lody? Do you like ice cream? which basically means hello. And for example, if you meet your friend, you can say, Cześć, jak się masz? Hi, hello. Hi, how are you? Cześć, jak się masz? Just be prepared to hear the very, very long answer for the part, how are you? Mówić. So when you translate it to English, it just means to say. You can get angry at somebody. Nie mów takich rzeczy, which means don't say such things. Kochać. That one is very good for Valentine's Day. So kochać means to love. And for example, you love your sweetheart, but sometimes you don't really understand this person. So you can say like, kocham cię, ale czasem cię nie rozumiem. Which means I love you, but sometimes I don't understand you. Słyszeć. Słyszeć means to hear in English. And for example, you can say, słyszałam, że tu mają dobre pierogi. I've heard they have good dumplings here. So if you're a girl, you would say słyszałam, I've heard. If you're a guy, you would say słyszałem. So słyszałam, słyszałem. It will change a little bit depending on the gender. You can basically take this sentence and put something different at the end and use it as a kind of set phrase. Słyszałem, że, słyszałam, że. Niespodzianka. Niespodzianka means a surprise, and this noun is actually very, very funny because it comes from two different words. So nie, which is basically a negation, means no, and spodzianka, it's from spodziewać się, which means to expect something. So it's like not expecting something or something that is not expected, which basically gives you a surprise. For example, imagine that you are in this long-distance relationship with your girlfriend, and then she doesn't say anything and she just comes to you with no notice, and you open the door and you're very surprised to see her there, and then you say, a to mi zrobiłaś niespodziankę. Oh, you sure surprised me. Wiedzieć. Wiedzieć is translated to English as to know, and it is a little bit tricky verb because people often confuse it with another verb, znać. And both actually are translated as to know into English. So for example, you can say, nic nie wiem. I do not know anything. Nic nie wiem. I do not know anything. So the next word is spać, which means to sleep. And for example, when you meet your friend in the morning and you want to ask, like, did you sleep well? In Polish, we would say, wyspałaś się, if that's a girl, or wyspałeś się, if that's a guy. I know that this wyspałaś się doesn't really sound like spać because we attach wy in front of it, but it actually is the same verb. Again, for a girl, you can say wyspałaś się, did you sleep well? Or for a guy, wyspałeś się, przyjść, to come. For example, you are at the party and you want to know who is coming. So you ask your friend, who is the organizer, kto przyjdzie na przyjęcie? Who is coming to the party? Okay, so the next word is szczęśliwy, which basically means happy. Well, let's go back to this Valentine's Day, and when you are with your sweetheart and you want to say how happy you are with him, you can say, jestem z tobą bardzo szczęśliwa, which means I'm very happy with you. And this is something that a girl would say. If you're a guy, you just have to change this last part. Szczęśliwa, szczęśliwy, patrzeć, which means to look. So, for example, you can say when you saw something weird and you want to show it to your friend, or something interesting, popatrz tam, look there, zdrowy. Zdrowy means healthy, and there is this very common Polish saying that you can use. It's w zdrowym ciele, zdrowy duch, which means in a healthy body, a healthy mind. Dać. Dać means to give. So when you go out and you meet this nice guy or cute girl and you want to ask them for their email address, you'd ask them using dać, dasz mi swój e-mail? Will you give me your email address? Czenia później. And it means see you later. When you are going back home, you want to say bye to your friends, coworkers, classmates, or anybody else, you can say, no to do zobaczenia później. Well, see you later. Znaleźć. Znaleźć means to find. Imagine your friend brought you a nice dress and which you are going to wear at a party, but you don't really like it. It doesn't sit you well, and you want to ask her to find you something better. So you can say, może uda się znaleźć coś lepszego, which means maybe we can find something better. Przepraszam means I'm sorry. Zapytać. Zapytać means to ask. Sometimes when you want to ask for something which is very difficult to ask for, and, you know, just to be nice, you want to say, like, can I ask you something? In Polish you can say, czy mogę cię o coś zapytać? Or you can even ask, excuse me, can I ask you something? Przepraszam, czy mogę cię o coś zapytać? Gdzie jest toaleta? Which means, where's the toilet? So, gdzie means actually where. Jest means be or to be, and toaleta is toilet. So, gdzie jest toaleta means where is the toilet. So, if you are in a shopping mall or in a restaurant and you want to ask, excuse me, where is the toilet, you will say, przepraszam, gdzie jest toaleta? Wejść. Wejść means to enter or to come in. Well, when your friend visits you and you want to just say, please come in, please, or just, you know, can say, wejdź proszę, which means literally come in, please. Ile to kosztuje means how much is this? When you go to a shop, you will say, przepraszam, ile to kosztuje? So, excuse me, how much is this? Przepraszam, ile to kosztuje? Próbować. Próbować means to try. Let's say your friend is visiting and you made this wonderful food, amazing dishes, and you want him or her to try it. You can invite them saying, spróbuj to, which means try it, pomocy. This means help, and I hope you will not have to use this one anytime soon. But if you're ever in danger, if you ever in a like very dangerous situation, which I hope you will not be in Poland, you can use this one, saying pomocy, zadzwonić. So zadzwonić means to call, and let's say somebody calls you and you cannot really talk right now, so you want to say, okay, I will call you back later. You just say, zadzwonię potem, I will call later. I can't speak Polish very well. Nie potrafię means I can't. Mówić means to speak, and then po polsku means in Polish. So, nie potrafię mówić po polsku. It literally means I can't speak Polish very well, or I can't speak in Polish very well if you wanted a very literal translation. When you start learning the language and you are still not so good, and you meet like people and you want to tell them that your Polish it's not so good, or it's not super good yet, you can use this phrase. Nie potrafię dobrze mówić po polsku. Are your top 10 language learning goals for the year? So here we go. Skończę survival phrases na polishpod101.com słuchając 2 lekcji dziennie. I will finish survival phrases series on polishpod101.com by listening to 2 lessons a day. Skończę survival phrases na polishpod101.com słuchając 2 lekcji dziennie, which means I will finish survival phrases series on polishpod101.com by listening to 2 lessons a day. To set yourself a realistic goal, and then when you can actually measure what you did, and every day you listen just to 2 lessons, it's roughly maybe 20, 25, 30 minutes. If you want to review, it can be up to 1 hour, but it's very easy to do. So I would say, like, set yourself realistic goals and you know, give yourself feedback and challenge yourself and try to do little by little, you know, baby steps every day. And this is something that will leads you to success in language learning. Skończę książkę po polsku czytając 10 stron dziennie. I will finish reading one Polish book by reading 10 pages a day. Skończę książkę po polsku czytając 10 stron dziennie. I will finish, which means I will finish reading one Polish book by reading 10 pages a day. 10 pages a day doesn't seem like a big challenge, right? Yet, it's really possible to finish even the longest book by just doing that, just 10 pages a day. When you are choosing a book, remember about one very important thing. Don't choose book that is too difficult for you. So choose book where you can read it without actually looking up words in the dictionary. What I mean is that if you spend more time looking for words in dictionary than reading the book, the whole fun is not there. That's one thing. This is not helping you to learn. So that's one very important rule. Choose book that is at your level and then just try to read 10 pages a day. And maybe one day you'll say, oh, 15 or oh, 20 because it's so interesting. So just to remember, choose interesting book, not too high level, and read at least 10 pages a day. And that's something everybody can do. Good luck! Zdam test z polskiego. I will pass my Polish test. Zdam test z polskiego, which means I will pass my Polish test. So maybe you are on vacation in Poland and you are taking some kind of Polish language course, and there's a lot of courses offered all around Poland, a very nice way to spend your vacation as well. And then, you know, of course it's nice to take different kind of courses, but then, you know, you've got some kind of Polish certificate or Polish test, and that's a good goal to set for yourself. And once you do it, once you pass it, it's like, oh, this kind of feeling of achievement that makes you happier about yourself and makes you, you know, you wanna do more, you wanna try more. Yeah, it's a good goal for your language learning, and you can study with polishpod101.com materials and prepare yourself for a Polish, for example, certificate course. So good luck! Zrozumiem w pełni jeden polski film, oglądając go codziennie. I will fully understand one Polish movie by watching it every day. Zrozumiem w pełni jeden polski film, oglądając go codziennie. Which means I will fully understand one Polish movie by watching it every day. And don't be, you know, too hard on yourself, even if you don't understand it fully. It's okay. Once you get the general plot, that's perfect. That's a very good practice. You don't have to understand every single grammar point in every single sentence. That's not the point. Watch, enjoy, and good movies for that. I would recommend you Killer, which basically the Polish title is Killer, which is a very funny comedy and very relaxing, and I guess the language is not so difficult, so that's one of the movies I would recommend you. Totally, like, watch Killer. Przedstawię się po polsku moim polskim przyjaciołom w ciągu 3 minut. I will give a 3-minute introductory speech in Polish to my Polish friends. Przedstawię się po polsku moim polskim przyjaciołom w ciągu 3 minut. This basically means I will give a 3-minute introductory speech in Polish to my Polish friends. What's so good about this goal is that you actually tell yourself, oh, 2 sentences is not enough. You have to go further. You have to say something more like my name is. It's not enough anymore. So 3 minutes, it's setting a realistic goal. You can measure it with actually a clock. And this is something you can achieve within the first few months of the year. And then from that you can go up. Good luck with that one. Nauczę się na pamięć 5 polskich piosenek. I will memorize 5 Polish songs. Another good way of studying Polish and another good goal for you is nauczę się na pamięć 5 polskich piosenek. I will memorize 5 Polish songs. What's so good about it is that songs are relatively easy to memorize, and then you learn new words out of it. And it's actually enjoyable when you listen to songs. You can try to sing it, you can try to repeat it, and then you kind of memorize it. And that's something that will stay with you for a long time, because every time you hear this memory, you will be like, remembering all these words, and it will be coming to your head. And it's like, whoa! I know Polish almost. A good band I would recommend you would be Elektryczne gitary, which can be translated as electric guitars. Elektryczne gitary, please check it out. Zapamiętam 350 słów za pomocą fiszek z polishpod101.com. I will finish memorizing 350 words with flashcards on polishpod101.com. Another good goal for the whole year is zapamiętam 350 słów za pomocą fiszek z polishpod101.com, which basically means I will finish memorizing 350 words with flashcards from polishpod101.com. I'm not a big fan of flashcards, but they can really help you, get the sense of achievement. So when you are trying to play with them, remember to make simple sentences as well. And remember, this is not the only way of studying a language, but that's a very good helper, something that will help you get, more confident in your skills. And I guess will help you memorize new words as well. So just try it. Maybe that's the way for you. Napiszę 10 kartek pocztowych po polsku do moich polskich znajomych. I will write 10 postcards in Polish to my Polish friends. Napiszę 10 kartek pocztowych po polsku do moich polskich znajomych. I will write 10 postcards in Polish to my Polish friends. What's good about postcards is that they don't have to be long, so you don't really have to be very good. And there is some set phrases that you can look up on the internet. You can check polishpod101.com for that. And some things you can use very simple sentences and then just practice. And you're practicing writing as well. Writing can be very tricky, especially in Polish when you have two different ży. One is RZ, the other one is the ży with the dot on the top, and there's which one to use. Actually, I have problems with that too, don't worry. So this is a very good way to practice the language, the actual language. Nauczę się, jak mówić o przeszłych, teraźniejszych i przyszłych wydarzeniach. I will learn how to talk about past, present and future events. Another good thing to tell your story is to nauczę się, jak mówić o przeszłych, teraźniejszych i przyszłych wydarzeniach. Which basically means I will learn how to talk about past, present and future events. Zapamiętam 150 słów poprzez uczenie się 5 słów dziennie. I will master 150 words by memorizing 5 words a day. Okay, another one could be zapamiętam 150 słów przez uczenie się 5 słów dziennie. Which means I will master 150 words by memorizing 5 words a day. 5 words a day doesn't sound really difficult, right? Yet, by doing that for another 30 days, and that's only 1 month, you can actually get up to 150, and 150 is an achievement. Top 10 marriage proposal lines. So here we go. Wyjdziesz za mnie? Will you marry me? And I guess, it's the simplest one, the shortest one, and the most effective one as well. You may already know the word wyjść, which means to go out. So it's kind of like using the word to go out, but then putting this weird preposition, which usually doesn't come with the word to go out, which is za, and then myself, mnie, wyjdziesz za mnie, which basically means will you marry me? But if you ever forget how to say it, just think, go out, go out, go out. Okay, wyjść, wyjdziesz, okay, wyjdziesz za mnie. And the funny part is that, the very, very useful part is that you can use the same phrase for both guys and girls, and both guys and girls can use it. So it's very, very convenient. Czy zrobisz mi ten zaszczyt i zostaniesz moją żoną? Will you do me the honor of becoming my wife? And obviously, because it's my wife, you can say it only to a girl. And yeah, czy zrobisz mi ten zaszczyt sounds very traditional, will you do me an honor, or will you do me the honor? It's like in English, it sounds very pathetic, very traditional, very, very old-fashioned, I guess. So yeah, for me, I don't think I would like my boyfriend to say that. It'd be a little bit weird, but I guess it really depends on the person, and you probably know your lady best, so you can decide for the longer one, for this one, even though she will like it. Czy sprawisz, że zostanę najszczęśliwszym mężczyzną na ziemi? Will you make me the happiest man alive? Yeah, I don't know, like maybe I'm not so old-fashioned. It's not something I would like to hear, but I've been never dreaming of this white dress and marriage and stuff like that, while my friends were, and they already married, and they already have kids, and they already have their own households, and I'm not married, and I don't have any kids, and I don't have my own house, and I'm not even looking for that, to be honest. So I guess if you're more like old-fashioned, traditional household style, then you will go for the longer one. If you're like me, you will just go for the shortened one, and then maybe think of very nice way to say it, very nice praise to say it, and so on. So our next phrase is czekałem na ciebie całe życie. I've been waiting for you my whole life. Czekałem na ciebie całe życie. And since czekałem is in masculine form, then yeah, a guy can use it to a girl or a guy, if you prefer. That's masculine form. If you are a girl and you really want to use this one, you will say czekałam. Czekałam na ciebie całe życie. I've been waiting for you my whole life. Czekałem, czekałam. Yeah, so small, tiny little difference. And yet again, not something I would like to hear, maybe. I don't know, maybe I'm not romantic enough for this stuff. Or maybe I would like to actually hear that. Not sure. Undecided. Okay, let's go to the next one. Chcę być z tobą na zawsze. I want to be with you forever. Gosh, yeah. That's another one that for me it sounds a little bit cheesy, but then again, when I see like when I hear like I want to be with you forever, this sounds pretty cool actually. But then the Polish translation, which is okay, which is something people will use, chcę być z tobą na zawsze. Chcę być z tobą na zawsze. I don't know, it doesn't sound so cool as in English. I have no idea why. It's just it. But yeah, I mean, it really depends on the person, right? Spędźmy ze sobą resztę życia. Let's spend the rest of our lives together. Oh, wow, we are getting more and more romantic. And this one you can use for a guy, and you can use it for a girl, and you can use it if you're a guy or if you're a girl. So it's very, very convenient, because you don't have to change any forms. Spędźmy ze sobą resztę życia. It's all about us. Doesn't matter if you are guys, girls, guy and girl, and which way around. You can use it for any kind of relationship. And that's very convenient. It's very romantic. I wonder if I will ever hear that and how I will react to it. No idea. Mając ciebie przy boku, czuję się spełniony. Having you by my side is what completes me. And that is something that a guy can say, because spełniony is an adjective in a masculine form. You can change it very easily and say, mając ciebie przy boku, czuję się spełniona. Whoa, and that's another one. Oh, I don't know if I will ever hear this. It's very romantic. Well, my boyfriend is not that romantic. Probably never ever. But yeah, I guess it would be nice to hear something like that once in a while, or once in a lifetime, or any time. Nie mogę sobie wyobrazić życia bez ciebie. I can't imagine my life without you in it. And this is another convenient one, because again, you don't have to change anything. You can use it to anyone, and you can use it as a girl, you can use it as a guy. So that's very good. That's not happening very often in Polish, so please use it. And oh my gosh, like, I guess, you will say it to somebody you really love, and maybe not somebody whom you just started dating because this person would just get a little bit scared, I guess. Or maybe I'm not so romantic, I don't know. Chciałbym dać ci wszystko, ale mam nadzieję, że ten pierścionek wystarczy. I wish I could give you everything, but I hope that this ring is enough. And now you hit the level of being romantic, like this is like pretty much Superman of being romantic. And romantic phrases, and if your lady really likes that, that's something you can use. And here we've got chciałbym, so that's masculine form, so if you are a girl and you still want to use it, this is chciałabym, chciałabym. You just change a little bit. Chciałbym, chciałabym. And that's all, and you're ready to go. Jestem pewien, że ja I ty jesteśmy sobie przeznaczeni. I now know that you and I are truly meant to be together. Woohoo! I know some guys who would actually use it as a pickup line, and I don't think it's a good idea. It sounds a little bit creepy if you do it at your first date, or I don't know, even before that. But as a proposal line, on the other hand, yeah, I guess it can go very well. I would feel a little bit weird, to be honest, but then again, as I already said on multiple occasions in this episode, I may not be the biggest, romantic ever. Even though, yeah, I would like my boyfriend to be a little bit more romantic, I guess, but me, myself, I'm not that big of a romantic. And phrases to survive at the station. So here we go. Jadę do. I would like to go to. The first and the most important one is jadę do. Jadę do Krakowa, jadę do Torunia, jadę do Poznania, jadę do Wrocławia. So, jadę do means I would like to go to. Luckily for you, this phrase is very short, first of all, and it's the same for male and female, so you don't have to change. Well, if you want to use the plural form, would be jedziemy do. Jedziemy do. So the preposition stays the same, do, and we just change the verb from jadę to jedziemy. And you can say, for example, jedziemy do Gdańska, jedziemy do Krakowa, jedziemy do Torunia, jedziemy do Poznania. So you may have noticed already that the name of the city changes. Like Toruń becomes Torunia, Gdańsk becomes Gdańska, Wrocław becomes Wrocławia, Kraków becomes Krakowa, Łódź becomes Łodzi, and this is because the case changes. So we change the case to genitive case. That's the second one, second case. So when you use preposition do, as in jadę do, you change it to the second case. So the name of the city will change. Jadę do Warszawy. We don't say jadę do Warszawa, that's a mistake. Jadę do Warszawy. And actually I said it means I would like to go to, but like very literally, it means I'm going to, I'm heading to. Czy z tego peronu odjeżdża pociąg do? Is this the right platform for? Wow, and our next one is something you would definitely need in Poland, because this changes a lot. It's a very long one, so be prepared. Czy z tego peronu odjeżdża pociąg do? Is this the right platform for? So let's just look at this phrase a little bit closer. So first we have the particle czy, that's asking. Z tego peronu, from this platform, odjeżdża, leaves. And then pociąg do, train to. Czy z tego peronu odjeżdża pociąg do? That's the whole phrase. And you can say, czy z tego peronu odjeżdża pociąg do Warszawy? Is this the right platform for Warsaw? Czy z tego peronu odjeżdża pociąg do Torunia? Is this the right platform for Toruń? And as you probably notice, there is the same preposition do as in the previous one, jadę do. Hence, we change the name of the city. So again, Toruń becomes Torunia, Warszawa becomes Warszawy, and Kraków becomes Krakowa, and so on and so on. So remember to change the name of the city. And it is very important for you to remember to memorize this phrase, because in Poland, sadly, especially as far as I remember, in Warsaw, in the central station, platforms change very often, like last minute, 5 minutes to the train, and they say, oh, the platform was changed from number 5 to number 1, and you run. And it really happens very often, and it's very hectic, and it's like, yeah, so not to panic, that's the first rule, and then run, that's the second rule, and ask, that's the third rule. So don't, even if you go to the platform, the right platform, don't just rest reassured that it's okay and I'm just waiting and just relax. I mean, it's okay to relax, but always check if this is the right platform again and again, because it really changes a lot. O której jest ostatni pociąg? What time is the last train? Our next phrase is o której jest ostatnie metro, which is actually a sentence, and it means what time is the last metro? O której jest ostatnie metro? So, if you're in Warsaw, it's very common to travel with metro, even though we have only actually 2 lines, but it's going through the whole Warsaw. It is really, really, really convenient. And one thing to remember about Warsaw, well, buses are basically 24/7. Only that, at night you have to pay like small additional charge for the ticket. And the other thing about buses is that, well, it's very convenient because all the buses are going to the city center at night, and all the buses are going out from the city center. So basically, if you're really drunk and you were at a party and you want to get home, just take any bus, and sooner or later you end up in the city center, and then you can take the correct bus or the right bus that's going to your house. Nevertheless, it takes time, and metro is more convenient. During the weekdays, it's still running pretty late and then starting pretty fast. But during the weekends, it's running 24/7. So it's really, really convenient. Just find the bus stop and get to the bus and go to the city center, get to the correct bus. And that's it. And you can go back home anytime you want without paying for taxi. Gdzie mam się przesiąść w pociąg do? Where do I change for? Okay, the next very important phrase is gdzie mam się przesiąść w pociąg do? Gdzie mam się przesiąść w pociąg do? Where do I change for? Actually, where do I change for a train to? Would be maybe more correct translation. For example, you can say gdzie mam się przesiąść w pociąg do Wrocławia? Where do I change for the train to Wrocław? Gdzie mam się przesiąść w pociąg do Krakowa? Where do I change to a train to Kraków, or for a train to Kraków? And as you may already remember, and if not, then please try to memorize that. After the preposition do, we use the second case, the genitive case. So we change the name of the city again: Kraków, Krakowa, Warszawa, Warszawy, Wrocław, Wrocławia, and so on and so on. Opole, my hometown, to Opola. Gdzie jest stacja kolejowa? Where is the train station? Even if you know all those phrases, you will never ever get to the right place if you don't know this one. Gdzie jest stacja kolejowa? Gdzie jest stacja kolejowa? Where is the train station? So you may already know that gdzie means where, and stacja kolejowa is just train station. Usually the main train station will be somewhere around the city center, but for bigger cities they will have few train stations like around the city, even though within the city you don't really travel by train. You travel by trams, you travel by buses. Well, in Warsaw there is metro as well, but you don't really travel by train within the city. But you will still even like maybe medium or big cities, you will have few train stations located around the city, with the main train station usually in the city center, or I think 99.9% of examples it will be so. Gdzie mogę nabyć bilet? Where can I buy a ticket? Our next phrase, or actually a sentence, is gdzie mogę nabyć bilet? Gdzie mogę nabyć bilet? Where can I buy a ticket? And, well, you probably remember gdzie is where, and bilet is a ticket. The word nabyć is actually maybe a little bit difficult. Nabyć means just to buy. And of course you can use gdzie mogę kupić bilet. You probably know already kupić. Kupić means to buy, but nabyć is a more fancy way of saying to buy something. And we use it very often as well. So gdzie mogę kupić bilet? It's perfectly fine. Gdzie mogę nabyć bilet is level up if you want to learn another word for kupić. Nabyć. Ile kosztuje bilet do? How much is it to? Okay, and the next very important one is ile kosztuje bilet do? How much is a ticket to? Ile kosztuje bilet do? How much is it to? Or actually literally, how much is a ticket to? And as I already said, within the city, I don't think there will be big difference. I mean, like the ticket will be within the city, so that's okay. So there will be one ticket, but if you are going, for example, from Warsaw to Kraków, or from Kraków to Wrocław, or anywhere else within Poland, then of course this is a very useful phrase to learn. And the same preposition do, so remember we use second case, genitive case, for cities. So we can say, for example, ile kosztuje bilet do Krakowa? So Kraków changes to Krakowa. Ile kosztuje bilet do Krakowa? How much is the ticket to Krakow? Ile kosztuje bilet do Warszawy? How much is the ticket to Warsaw? Ile kosztuje bilet do Gdańska? How much is the ticket to Gdańsk? And so on, and so on, and so on. Gdzie jest przystanek autobusowy? Where's the bus stop? Yeah, and to take the bus, you really need to know how to ask where the bus stop is. And in Polish we say, gdzie jest przystanek autobusowy? Gdzie jest przystanek autobusowy? Where's the bus stop? So przystanek is a stop, and autobusowy means bus, so bus stop. And for big cities like Warsaw, there is plenty of bus stops everywhere around. So basically you just walk around and you will find one sooner or later. In smaller cities like my hometown Opole, there's not so many. I basically always opt for walking around and then taking a bus. So so it's very important to know how to ask where one is. Gdzie jest przystanek autobusowy? O której będzie następny autobus? What time is the next bus? Now, once you get to this przystanek autobusowy, or the bus stop, you may want to ask, o której będzie następny autobus? O której będzie następny autobus? What time is the next bus? And I mean, like you can always check it, right? But sometimes the timetables are very confusing, and then you have weekdays and weekends and bus numbers and so on. And some buses will not go this way or this way, and maybe like sometimes, you know, you've got different times for the same bus, and depending on which color it is, this bus will go this route or this route, and then you may end up missing your own bus stop. Which, by the way, another thing to remember, in some cities like Warsaw, some bus stops are on demand, so if you don't press the button, it will not stop. And the thing is that if you look at all the bus stops in line, the one on demand, they are being marked. I don't remember exactly how, but as far as I remember, there is like, for normal one is like a circle filled black, and then for the one on demand, there's like circle just white inside. So, but when you look at it, it's kind of obvious that there's something wrong with those bus stops. So remember to press the button. Gdzie są biletomaty? Where are the ticket machines? And our last one for today is Gdzie są biletomaty? Where are the ticket machines? Gdzie są biletomaty? Actually, the word biletomaty or biletomat sounds very weird even for myself. Since it's a new word, it's basically a word that was created, I don't know, maybe 5 years ago, when we got those, you know, ticket machines, and saying something like maszyna na bilety, maszyna do biletów, maszyna gdzie się kupuje bilety, where maszyna, yeah? Maszyna means machine. So saying a long phrase like that was just really not the thing you want to do. And someone, I don't know, made this phrase, this word, biletomat. And right now we have biletomaty, I mean, of course, next to the metro, on some bus stops, on many tram stops, inside of a tram, inside of a bus as well. So not all, but many. So I wouldn't say it's always there, but many occasions, yes. I mean, in Warsaw at least. So what it is therefore is that if you buy like 30 minutes ticket and you are stuck in traffic jam, you cannot even go out of the bus and say, like, you know, save yourself paying a fine once your ticket is not valid anymore. But you cannot buy a ticket as well unless you've got this machine over there sitting there and waiting for you to buy a new one, which is very often the case. So that's actually pretty convenient, right? Top 10 must-know vocabulary for the restaurant. So our first word is kellner, waiter, and it's a masculine noun. So for example, if a waiter is very rude, you can say ten kelner jest bardzo niegrzeczny. Ten kelner jest bardzo niegrzeczny. This waiter is very rude. And our next word is kelnerka, waitress. So kellner is the masculine form, while kelnerka is the feminine. For example, you can say ile zarabia kelnerka? Ile zarabia kelnerka? How much money does a waitress make? So in general, the service in Poland is not that bad, but sometimes you may be unhappy with something, and if that's the case, it's okay not to tip, because the waiter or the waitress, they usually earn enough to cover their salary. But a rule in Poland would be to tip more or less 15-20%, but it's obviously up to you. So if you are more than happy with the service, you can go for 20%. If you are not so happy, you can go for 10 or just leave. Nobody will be angry at you. Our next word is almost the same as the English one, and it's menu. Menu. And with so many different restaurants, maybe there is some food you don't eat, something you don't like, And there is like vegetarian menu, and there is a vegan menu, and there is of course all the other types like pescatarian menu. So for example, when you walk into the restaurant and you are not so much into fish or meat, you can just ask, czy mają Państwo menu wegetariańskie? Do you have a vegetarian menu? And surprisingly, even though Polish cuisine is so heavy on meat, we do have plenty, and I mean plenty, vegetarian restaurants spread all over the Poland, but especially in Warsaw. Warsaw is being known as European capital of vegetarian food and vegan food. And of course, one of the very important words when you're in the restaurant is zamówienie, order. Zamówienie, order. So zamówienie comes from a verb zamawiać, which means to order. So in English it's the same, basically almost the same word. It's just noun and a verb, order and to order. In Polish it's zamówienie as the noun and zamawiać as the verb. So the waiter can come to your table and ask, czy mogę przyjąć zamówienie? May I take your order? Another very important word, not only for restaurant, but in general, is woda, water. Woda means just water. And I know that in some countries you can get water for free in a restaurant, but in Poland you pay for it always. Be careful when you order it, just check on the menu what the price is, because it can be actually pretty high, almost the same as juice or even beer sometimes. And we do have both sparkling and non-sparkling water. It's very popular. Both are. So, for example, if you are the kind of person who doesn't like sparkling water, you would like to ask for non-sparkling one, you would say, poproszę wodę niegazowaną. I would like to have non-sparkling water. And of course, when you finish the meal, the most important thing is dessert. Dessert. Dessert, you probably feel like you've heard it somewhere because it sounds so much like the English word. Dessert is dessert. 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 So when the waiter or the waiters will be taking your order, they will probably ask at the end, czy życzy sobie pani coś na deser? Would you like something for the dessert? So we've got a lot of different desserts in Poland, and one of the most famous one would be szarlotka, which is an apple pie served with ice cream and with whipped cream. Another very good one, but available, I think, only for Christmas, is the popsicle cake, which is the best for me. I like my favorite dessert ever. And of course, there is a lot of other pies. There's a wonderful cheesecake, very different from what you will see in all the other countries. So please be sure to try it out. Szef kuchni. Chef. So if you go with your friends to this very nice restaurant and you know that the chef here is very, very famous, you can say in Polish, szef kuchni w tej restauracji jest bardzo znany. The chef in this restaurant is very famous. Fast food. Fast food, which is just fast food. I guess the accent is more like Polish. And then another thing is that, you know that in Polish we change nouns, we change the endings. So even though it's an English word, we would still change it. So it's like fast food, fast foodów, fast food. So even though it's an English word, we'll still change it, like fast food sometimes would just become fast foodów. And we do have a Polish type of fast food as well, which is pretty old. This Polish type, it's actually Polish hot dog, and we still call it hot dog, but there is no there is no sausage or anything or any meat inside. It's just mushrooms, and it comes from the time long time ago when we literally didn't have meat. It was very difficult to get meat. Even though people had money for that, they just couldn't buy it. So that's the invention of that time, and I still remember it. Oh my gosh, when I was little, I just loved to go with my mom and buy those hot dogs, and we called them hot dogs, but they were like hot dogs with mushrooms, and that's it, just mushrooms, like just the bun with mushrooms. You cannot see them so often anymore. You can still probably when you just look around, but it's not that common anymore. If you are like me and you don't really like fast food, you will say nie lubię fast foodów. I don't like fast food. Restauracja, restaurant, and you can already hear it sounds very much like the English word restaurant, because it's restaurant. Restauracja, restauracja. And I guess you know that a lot of restaurants are being judged by having Michelin star or not having it. I don't think there is a lot of restaurants in Poland with Michelin star, but the one that do have it, they will be extremely, and I mean like extremely expensive. Nevertheless, if you find one, you can always say ta restauracja ma gwiazdkę Michelin. This restaurant has a Michelin star. Rachunek, bill. Rachunek comes from a very old Polish word which we probably don't use anymore. A verb, rachować. Rachować means just to count. And right now we would just say liczyć, not rachować. But this word, its form, it's still there in the word rachunek. Rachunek. And it's also very important to just look at your bill before you go back home, because sometimes people may make mistakes on purpose or not on purpose, but just it happens. And if something is wrong, you can always say przepraszam, ale ten rachunek się nie zgadza. I'm sorry, but this bill is not correct. Top 10 phrases you will need for a date. So let's begin. Pójdziesz ze mną na obiad? Would you like to go out to dinner with me? So, actually, if you say it like this, pójdziesz ze mną na obiad, it can mean both a lunch and a dinner. Because we still kind of live in this culture when dinner was actually lunch and then supper was something like a dinner right now. But I guess if we are talking about a romantic dinner, then everybody will just know we are talking about dinner or supper, not lunch. And there's plenty of nice places you can take your loved one in Warsaw, and not only in Warsaw. Plenty of nice coffee shops, plenty of nice restaurants, romantic restaurants, so be sure to try it out when you're in Poland. And then, if you are preparing for a romantic weekend, you can ask, masz wolne w ten weekend? Are you free this weekend? There is plenty of places you can take your loved one on the weekend for 1 or for 2 days trip. You can go to Krakow, you can go to Zakopane, to the mountains. Now, if you're a guy and you want to just ask your friend, your lady friend out, you can ask, chciałabyś gdzieś ze mną pójść? Would you like to hang out with me? So be careful, because this one may sound really weird if you do it in this weird voice, like, would you like to hang out with me somewhere? But if you just want to leave the decision on when or where to go, to your friend, then yes, or to your loved one, then chciałabyś gdzieś ze mną pójść, by just saying gdzieś, somewhere, you are not pushing anything on her, you just let her decide where she wanna go. Now, if there are any ladies watching us, if you wanna say to your loved one that you are so cute, and so nice as well, because both of those meanings are in the sentence, you can just say, jesteś taki słodki. You are so cute. So if your boyfriend brings you flowers or chocolate or anything else, or does something very nice for you, you can just say, jesteś taki słodki. Now, if a guy wants to say something like that to a girl, well, you can say jesteś taka słodka, which just change słodki to słodka. But that would be like saying you're so cute and nice and thank you for doing this for me. And if you just want to say that she's cute, like looks cute, I would just say śliczna, śliczna. Jesteś taka śliczna. And of course, there's masculine form, śliczny, but you wouldn't say that to a guy. Cute? To a guy? No, 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 no. Wyglądasz świetnie. You look great. Be sure to say that a lot to your girlfriend or to your boyfriend as well, because many of Polish guys, they just don't. And then at the end of this beautiful night, you can just say, to był wspaniały wieczór. That was a great evening. So when you say bye-bye to your boyfriend or bye-bye to your girlfriend and you just want to say how much you appreciate the time they spend with you, you can say, to był wspaniały wieczór. Now, when you met this nice girl or this nice guy and you exchange your cell phone numbers, you can always say, when you say bye-bye, zadzwonię do ciebie. I will call you. Zadzwonię do ciebie. And if you are a guy, be sure to do that first, because Polish ladies, they will be probably waiting and they will not call you unless you do it first. Now, if you're a gentleman and you want to offer your lady that you will drive her back home, you can say, odwiozę cię do domu. I will drive you home. I will drive you home. Odwiozę cię do domu can mean that this person will literally drive you home, or that he or she will just drive home with you on a bus or train or anything just because you are too drunk, or just because he feels like it's not safe, it's very late, and he just prefers to go with you, which is a pretty nice thing to do. Also, it's very important when you set the date to set the time as well, so you can ask, o której się spotykamy? What time shall we meet tomorrow? I know that time is a very different thing in different cultures. Someone will be just 5 minutes before the time, while somebody, like someone else, will be 1 hour past the time or 1 hour late. In Poland, in general, I think most people will be on time. If they will be late more than 5 minutes, they will call you. If you are waiting for your boyfriend or girlfriend and it's been already 30 minutes, well, there's something wrong probably. And if you had this great date with somebody you met for the first time, you can ask, mogę cię znów zobaczyć? Can I see you again? And it is a sentence which you can use if you're a girl or if you're a guy, doesn't matter. Mogę cię znów zobaczyć? Very nice thing to do. If you liked somebody and you think that the things just clicked, why not try again?
Want to speed up your language learning? Get access to all of our best PDF cheat sheets for free. Just click the link in the description and sign up for your free lifetime account right now.
A table for 5.
Stolik na 5 osób. Stolik na 5 osób.
Absolutely.
Absolutnie. Absolutnie.
All right.
Tu dobem. Tu dobem.
Are you all right?
Wszystko w porządku? Wszystko w porządku?
Are you on Facebook?
Jesteś na Facebooku? Jesteś na Facebooku?
Awesome.
Super. Super.
Bye.
Pa. Pa.
Bye-bye.
Papa. Papa.
Can I borrow this?
Czy mogę to pożyczyć? Czy mogę to pożyczyć?
Can I have a bag, please?
Czy mogę dostać reklamówkę? Czy mogę dostać reklamówkę?
Can I have a receipt, please?
Czy mogę otrzymać rachunek? Czy mogę otrzymać rachunek?
Can I sit here?
Mogę tu usiąść? Mogę tu usiąść?
Can I try it on?
Czy mogę to przymierzyć? Czy mogę to przymierzyć?
Can you download this file?
Możesz pobrać ten plik? Możesz pobrać ten plik?
Check.
Rachunek. Rachunek.
Congratulations.
Gratulacje. Gratulacje.
Could I have your attention, please?
Czy mogę prosić o uwagę? Czy mogę prosić o uwagę?
Delicious.
Pyszne. Pyszne.
Do you need anything?
Potrzebujesz czegoś? Potrzebujesz czegoś?
Do you speak English?
Czy mówisz po angielsku? Czy mówisz po angielsku?
Do you understand?
Rozumiesz? Rozumiesz?
Does this bus go to?
Czy ten autobus jedzie do... Czy ten autobus jedzie do...
Don't do it.
Nie rób tego. Nie rób tego.
Don't mention it.
Nie ma za co. Nie ma za co.
Don't worry.
Nie martw się. Nie martw się.
Everything is great.
Wszystko jest świetne. Wszystko jest świetne.
Excuse me, do you know where the is?
Przepraszam, czy wiesz, gdzie jest? Przepraszam, czy wiesz, gdzie jest?
Excuse me.
Przepraszam. Przepraszam.
Go straight ahead.
Idź prosto. Idź prosto.
Good afternoon.
Dzień dobry. Dzień dobry.
Good evening.
Dobry wieczór. Dobry wieczór.
Good morning.
Dzień dobry. Dzień dobry.
Good night.
Dobranoc. Dobranoc.
Goodbye.
Do widzenia. Do widzenia.
Happy birthday.
Wszystkiego najlepszego. Wszystkiego najlepszego.
Hello.
Cześć. Cześć.
Help.
Pomocy. Pomocy.
Hi.
Cześć. Cześć.
Hold on.
Poczekaj. Poczekaj.
How are you?
Jak się masz? Jak się masz?
How do I get to the?
Jak dostać się do? Jak dostać się do?
How do you do?
Jak się masz? Jak się masz?
How do you pronounce this?
Jak się to wymawia? Jak się to wymawia?
How have you been?
Co u ciebie? Co u ciebie?
How is it?
Jak? Jak?
How is your mother?
Co u twojej mamy? Co u twojej mamy?
How long will you stay?
Jak długo zostaniesz? Jak długo zostaniesz?
How many people are there in your family?
Ile osób jest w twojej rodzinie? Ile osób jest w twojej rodzinie?
How much is it to?
Ile kosztuje bilet do... Ile kosztuje bilet do...
How much is this?
Ile to kosztuje? Ile to kosztuje?
How much? Ile sztuk? Ile sztuk?
How old are you?
Ile masz lat? Ile masz lat?
How is your day?
Jak ci minął dzień? Jak ci minął dzień?
How's the weather?
Jaka jest pogoda? Jaka jest pogoda?
Hurry up.
Pośpiesz się. Pośpiesz się.
I don't like it.
Nie podoba mi się to. Nie podoba mi się to.
I don't understand.
Nie rozumiem. Nie rozumiem.
I like it.
Podoba mi się to. Podoba mi się to.
I live in.
Mieszkam w... Mieszkam w...
I lost my phone.
Zgubiłem telefon. Zgubiłem telefon.
I need.
Potrzebuję. Potrzebuję.
I need to go to the.
Muszę iść do... Muszę iść do...
I understand.
Rozumiem. Rozumiem.
I'd like this.
Wezmę to. Wezmę to.
I'll have this.
Wezmę to. Wezmę to.
I'll have time next week.
Będę miał czas w przyszłym tygodniu. Będę miał czas w przyszłym tygodniu.
I'm.
Jestem. Jestem.
I'm allergic to shrimp.
Jestem uczulony na krewetki. Jestem uczulony na krewetki.
I'm at home.
Jestem w domu. Jestem w domu.
I'm busy this week.
W tym tygodniu jestem zajęty. W tym tygodniu jestem zajęty.
I'm fine.
W porządku. W porządku.
I'm from.
Jestem z... Jestem z...
I'm full.
Jestem najedzony. Jestem najedzony.
I'm good.
Dobrze. Dobrze.
I'm hungry.
Jestem głodny. Jestem głodny.
I'm looking forward to working with you.
Nie mogę się doczekać współpracy z tobą. Nie mogę się doczekać współpracy z tobą.
I'm sorry I'm late.
Przepraszam, jestem spóźniony. Przepraszam, jestem spóźniony.
I'm sorry.
Przepraszam. Przepraszam.
Is that it?
Czy to wszystko? Czy to wszystko?
Is that far from here?
Czy jest daleko stąd? Czy jest daleko stąd?
Is there a near here?
Czy w pobliżu jest? Czy w pobliżu jest?
It was nice to meet you.
Miło cię poznać. Miło cię poznać.
It's difficult.
To trudne. To trudne.
It's okay.
W porządku. W porządku.
It's really good.
Bardzo dobre. Bardzo dobre.
It's sunny.
Jest słonecznie. Jest słonecznie.
It's true.
To prawda. To prawda.
I've heard a lot about you.
Dużo o tobie słyszałem. Dużo o tobie słyszałem.
Just a minute, please.
Jeszcze minutkę. Jeszcze minutkę.
Long time no see.
Dawno się nie widzieliśmy. Dawno się nie widzieliśmy.
Make yourself at home.
Rozgość się. Rozgość się.
May I help you?
W czym mogę pomóc? W czym mogę pomóc?
May I sit here?
Czy mogę tu usiąść? Czy mogę tu usiąść?
My mother is well.
Moja matka ma się dobrze. Moja matka ma się dobrze.
My name is.
Nazywam się. Nazywam się.
Nice to meet you.
Miło mi cię poznać. Miło mi cię poznać.
No problem.
Nie ma problemu. Nie ma problemu.
No.
Nie. Nie.
Of course not.
Oczywiście, że nie. Oczywiście, że nie.
Of course.
Oczywiście. Oczywiście.
Once again, please.
Proszę powtórzyć. Proszę powtórzyć.
Please forgive me.
Proszę wybacz mi. Proszę wybacz mi.
Please have a seat.
Usiądź proszę. Usiądź proszę.
Please write it down.
Proszę to napisać. Proszę to napisać.
Please
Proszę. Proszę.
Really?
Naprawdę? Naprawdę?
Same for me.
Dla mnie to samo. Dla mnie to samo.
Shut up.
Zamknij się. Zamknij się.
Slower, please.
Proszę wolniej. Proszę wolniej.
So, what's new?
To co nowego? To co nowego?
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Przepraszam za spóźnienie. Przepraszam za spóźnienie.
Sounds great.
Świetny pomysł. Świetny pomysł.
Stop here, please.
Proszę się tu zatrzymać. Proszę się tu zatrzymać.
Thank you very much.
Dziękuję bardzo. Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you.
Dziękuję. Dziękuję.
Thanks.
Dzięki. Dzięki.
That jacket looks nice on you.
Ta kurtka ładnie na tobie wygląda. Ta kurtka ładnie na tobie wygląda.
This is for you.
To dla ciebie. To dla ciebie.
This weekend I'm going to the movies.
W ten weekend idę do kina. W ten weekend idę do kina.
Welcome.
Witamy. Witamy.
We're meeting someone.
Spotykamy się z kimś. Spotykamy się z kimś.
What are you doing here?
Co ty tu robisz? Co ty tu robisz?
What are you doing this weekend?
Co robisz w ten weekend? Co robisz w ten weekend?
What are you doing?
Co robisz? Co robisz?
What do you do?
Czym się zajmujesz? Czym się zajmujesz?
What do you feel like eating?
Co masz ochotę zjeść? Co masz ochotę zjeść?
What do you recommend?
Co polecasz? Co polecasz?
What do you want?
Co chcesz? Co chcesz?
What happened?
Co się stało? Co się stało?
What time does it open?
O której otwierają? O której otwierają?
What time is it?
Która godzina? Która godzina?
What would you like to drink?
Czego się pan napije? Czego się pan napije?
What's for dinner?
Co na kolację? Co na kolację?
What's the next stop?
Jaki jest następny przystanek? Jaki jest następny przystanek?
What's the temperature?
Jaka jest temperatura? Jaka jest temperatura?
What's this?
Co to jest? Co to jest?
What's wrong?
Co jest nie tak? Co jest nie tak?
What's your favorite website?
Jaka jest twoja ulubiona strona internetowa? Jaka jest twoja ulubiona strona internetowa?
What's your name?
Jak masz na imię? Jak masz na imię?
When is your birthday?
Kiedy masz urodziny? Kiedy masz urodziny?
When will the plane leave?
Kiedy samolot odlatuje? Kiedy samolot odlatuje?
Where are we going?
Gdzie pojedziemy? Gdzie pojedziemy?
Where are you from?
Skąd jesteś? Skąd jesteś?
Where do you live?
Gdzie mieszkasz? Gdzie mieszkasz?
Where do you work?
Gdzie pracujesz? Gdzie pracujesz?
Where is it?
Gdzie to jest? Gdzie to jest?
Where is the?
Gdzie jest? Gdzie jest?
Where is the bathroom?
Gdzie jest łazienka? Gdzie jest łazienka?
Who is it?
Kto mówi? Kto mówi?
Who's going?
Kto idzie? Kto idzie?
Who's there?
Kto tam? Kto tam?
Why are you late?
Czemu się spóźniłeś? Czemu się spóźniłeś?
Yes, I do.
Tak, mam. Tak, mam.
Yes.
Tak. Tak.
You have good taste.
Masz dobry gust. Masz dobry gust.
You look gorgeous.
Wyglądasz wspaniale. Wyglądasz wspaniale.
Your smile is beautiful.
Twój uśmiech jest piękny. Twój uśmiech jest piękny.
You're handsome.
Jesteś przystojny. Jesteś przystojny.
You're smart.
Jesteś mądry. Jesteś mądry.
You're welcome.
Nie ma za co. Nie ma za co.
Top 10 phrases to know when having a baby. Are you ready? Zmieniać pieluszki. To change diapers. Zmieniać means to change, and you can change anything else like change the bulb or change name or something like that. And pieluszki means diapers. So one is pieluszka, and in plural it's pieluszki. For example, you can say muszę zmienić pieluszki. Muszę zmienić pieluszki. I need to change the diapers. Założyć śliniaczek. to put on a bib. So our next phrase is założyć śliniaczek. Założyć śliniaczek means to put on a bib. Śliniaczek means a bib, and it comes from a noun ślina. Ślina means just saliva, so basically śliniaczek is something that was supposed to catch your saliva coming down, but it's basically a bib. So założyć śliniaczek means to put on a bib. For example, you can say załóż mu śliniaczek. Załóż mu śliniaczek. Put a bib on him. Załóż mu śliniaczek. Zmienić ubranie. To change clothes. So our next phrase is zmienić ubranie. Zmienić ubranie means to change clothes. And it's the same zmienić or to change as zmienić pieluszki, to change the diapers. Zmienić ubranie, to change the clothes, you can use in a sentence like this. Zmień mu ubranie. Zmień mu ubranie. Change his clothes. Zmień mu ubranie. Śpiewać kołysankę. To sing a lullaby. So our next phrase is śpiewać kołysankę. Śpiewać kołysankę means to sing a lullaby. So, for example, you can say zaśpiewaj mu kołysankę. Zaśpiewaj mu kołysankę. Sing him a lullaby. Zaśpiewaj mu kołysankę. So one of the most famous lullabies in Poland is Wlazł kotek na płotek. Wlazł kotek na płotek. It's about a cat who jumped on a fence and then he was walking there and then he was singing or something like that, and it's very famous. It's being sung to kids all around the Poland. I will not sing it here. Zdrzemnąć się. To take a nap. So our next phrase is really important. It's zdrzemnąć się. Zdrzemnąć się. And it means to take a nap. Zdrzemnąć się. There's also a noun coming from this verb, and it's drzemka. Drzemka means a nap, and a verb associated with it is zdrzemnąć się. Zdrzemnąć się means to take a nap. So, for example, you can say dziecko musi się zdrzemnąć. Dziecko musi się zdrzemnąć. The child needs to take a nap. Kupić fotelik samochodowy. To buy a car seat. Our next phrase is very descriptive, and it's kupić fotelik samochodowy. Kupić, to buy, fotelik, sit, samochodowy, car. So kupić fotelik samochodowy means just to buy a car seat. You can say musimy kupić fotelik samochodowy. Musimy kupić fotelik samochodowy. We need to buy a car seat. Nakarmić, to feed. Our next phrase, or actually our next verb, is nakarmić. Nakarmić. Nakarmić means to feed, but it's a perfective form of this verb. So already, like when we suggest that somebody will be full after that, nakarmić, that's already over, finished. Even though we can use it in a future tense, it still means like something finished, like perfective, not imperfective. And for example, you can say trzeba go chyba nakarmić. Trzeba go chyba nakarmić. One has to feed him. Popychać wózek. To push a stroller. Our next phrase is popychać wózek. So popychać means to push, the same as pchać. And wózek means stroller. So popychać wózek means to push a stroller. And for example, you can say tatuś z dumą popycha wózek. Tatuś z dumą popycha wózek. Daddy proudly pushes the stroller. Tatuś z dumą popycha wózek. Czytać książkę. To read a book. So our next phrase is czytać książkę. Czytać książkę means to read a book. For example, if you're asking somebody if he or she reads books to his children or her children, you will ask, czytasz książki swoim dzieciom? Czytasz książki swoim dzieciom? Do you read books to your children? Przygotować posiłek dla niemowląt. To make baby food. Our last phrase for today is przygotować posiłek dla niemowląt. Niemowlę, or in the plural form niemowlęta, means just babies. So przygotować posiłek dla niemowląt means to make baby food. And for example, you can say muszę przygotować posiłek dla niemowląt. Muszę przygotować posiłek dla niemowląt. I have to make baby food. Hello everybody, welcome to Top Polish Words. My name is Marzena and today we will learn 10 phrases to amaze native speakers. So let's go! Dziękuję, ale nie jestem Polakiem. Thank you, but I'm not Polish. Dziękuję, ale nie jestem Polakiem. Thank you, but I'm not Polish. So I guess after long years of studying Polish, somebody can mistake you for an actual Polish person, and then you can say, "Oh, no, thank you. I'm flattered, but I'm not Polish." Dziękuję, ale nie jestem Polakiem. Nauczyłem się mówić płynnie w ciągu zaledwie roku. It took me only a year to become fluent. Nauczyłem się mówić płynnie w ciągu zaledwie roku. Nauczyłem się mówić płynnie w ciągu zaledwie roku. It took me only a year to become fluent. Nauczyłem się mówić płynnie w ciągu zaledwie roku. And if you're a girl, you want to change this nauczyłem się into nauczyłam się. Nauczyłam się mówić płynnie w ciągu zaledwie roku. Będę mówił po polsku jak Polak w 3 lata. I will speak Polish like a Polish person in 3 years. Będę mówił po polsku jak Polak w 3 lata. I will speak Polish like a Polish person in 3 years. That can be a goal for you to achieve and kind of something you can do. So please try. Good luck. Powodzenia. Uczyłem się polskiego przez 10 lat. I've been learning Polish for 10 years. Another thing that will leave people impressed is saying that you've been learning Polish for a very, very long time. And you can say, uczyłem się polskiego przez 10 lat. I've been learning Polish for 10 years. And remember, if you are a girl, you want to change uczyłem się into uczyłam się. Mogę oglądać polskie filmy bez napisów. I can watch Polish movies without subtitles. Mogę oglądać polskie filmy bez napisów. I can watch Polish movie without subtitles. This is something that will really impress people, and I guess you can achieve it by watching a lot of movies and then studying Polish with polishpod101.com. These two methods combined will lead you to success. Potrafię zapamiętać około 50 nowych polskich słów dziennie. I can memorize around 50 new Polish words a day. Potrafię zapamiętać około 50 nowych polskich słów dziennie. I can memorize around 50 new Polish words a day. That's a kind of achievement, yet, think about it, it's not very difficult to do. So if you try to study with like flashcards from polishpod101.com, you can actually may be able to do it in a very, very short time, go to up to like 50 words, because words are very similar and there are the parts that you already know, and that kind of helps you memorize. So be sure to think about it whenever you're learning a new word. Polski jest fajny i prosty w nauce. Polish is fun and easy to learn. I guess a lot of native speakers think that Polish is very difficult, and this, so you can amaze them by saying, Polski jest fajny i prosty w nauce. Polski jest fajny i prosty w nauce. Polish is fun and easy to learn. Well, I would be amazed if somebody told me that. So please try it out on your Polish friends. Mówię nie tylko po polsku, ale jeszcze w kilku innych językach. Apart from knowing Polish, I can speak a few other languages as well. Another thing that many people find amazing is if you can speak not only Polish but other languages as well. So in that case you can say mówię nie tylko po polsku, ale jeszcze w kilku innych językach. Apart from knowing Polish, I can speak few other languages as well. That's definitely something to amaze your friends. Uczę się polskiego samodzielnie. I'm learning Polish all by myself. Uczę się polskiego samodzielnie. Uczę się polskiego samodzielnie. Which means I'm learning Polish by myself. I'm learning Polish by myself. Polish is a very difficult language to learn, so learning it by yourself is actually very difficult. It requires some time, it requires effort, yet if you can do it, that's really amazing. Go for it. Nie mam najmniejszych problemów z polską ortografią. I have no problems with Polish orthography. So what is the most difficult part in studying Polish? Well, somebody would say it's an aspect, but I guess there is another part that's very difficult, and it's orthography. And actually, orthography is difficult not only to foreigners, it's very difficult to Polish people as well. And we got a lot of people, not even our president can spell some words, so please watch news for that one. So, if you want to impress somebody, you can say, nie mam najmniejszych problemów z polską ortografią. Which means, I have no problems with Polish orthography. That's actually cool. I do have problems with Polish orthography, so I would be impressed. Thank you for watching. This was 10 phrases to amaze native speakers. And did you try any of these? Which one works the best? Please let us know in the comments, and please remember to like this video. And for more words and for more lessons, please visit polishpod101.com. Thank you again and see you next time. Cześć! Hello everyone, my name is Marzena. Welcome to Top Polish Words. Today we will learn 20 travel phrases you should know. So here we go. Czy mógłbym dostać mapę? Could I get a map? So imagine you are in a new place and you go to the information center and you want a map. So you will ask, can I get a map? And in Polish you will ask, czy mógłbym dostać mapę? Czy mógłbym dostać mapę? Czy mógłbym dostać mapę? Could I get a map? Or if you're a girl, you will ask, czy mogłabym dostać mapę? Czy mogłabym dostać mapę? Again, could I get a map? Czy mógłbym dostać mapę? Czy mogłabym dostać mapę? Czy mówisz po angielsku? Do you speak English? Now you're wandering around and you want to ask for the way and you see somebody and you want to ask them if they speak English. So you want to ask, do you speak English? Do you speak English? In Polish you would say, czy mówisz po angielsku? Czy mówisz po angielsku? And I guess this is the easiest way to say that, but not the nicest way, because actually mówisz, so do you speak English? It's something you will use with your friends, with somebody close to you, and for a person you don't know, it's better to say sir or ma'am. So in Polish you will say, if it's a guy, czy mówi pan po angielsku? Czy mówi pan po angielsku? And if it's a girl, czy mówi pani po angielsku? Czy mówi pani po angielsku? Czy mówi pan po angielsku? Czy mówi pani po angielsku? But if you want to do it the easy way, nobody will get angry at you. They will know that you are not so good at Polish, that you are still trying to figure stuff out, and you can easily say, czy mówisz po angielsku? Czy mówisz po angielsku? Czy jest autobus z lotniska do miasta? Is there a bus from the airport to the city? Now, imagine you just arrived and you're at the airport and you want to ask around how to get to the city center. You're looking for a bus and you want to ask, is there a bus from the airport to the city center? You can just say, czy jest autobus z lotniska do miasta? Czy jest autobus z lotniska do miasta? Is there a bus from the airport to the city? Is there a bus from the airport to the city? And I can tell you in Warsaw, yes, there is. There is also a very convenient train, by the way. Czy Wi-Fi jest darmowe? Is the Wi-Fi free? When you are traveling, you usually want to connect to the internet, and you are looking for Wi-Fi, and you are looking for a free Wi-Fi, and you want to ask if the Wi-Fi is free. You can ask in Polish, czy Wi-Fi jest darmowe? Czy Wi-Fi jest darmowe? Is the Wi-Fi free? Czy Wi-Fi jest darmowe? Actually, if you go and ask, czy Wi-Fi jest darmowe, people will not understand you. So you have to change the Wi-Fi pronunciation. Even though the word is the same, the spelling is the same, you have to change Wi-Fi to Wi-Fi. So if you're looking for a free Wi-Fi, remember you can ask, is the Wi-Fi free? Czy Wi-Fi jest darmowe? By the way, you will find it very easily everywhere, almost everywhere you will have free Wi-Fi. You are walking the street, in the city center, in almost, I think every coffee shop, actually not almost every, but every coffee shop, every hotel, basically everywhere. Czy mają Państwo wolne pokoje na dzisiaj? Do you have any vacancies tonight? Now, imagine you're looking for an accommodation and you see a hotel, you walk in and you want to ask, do you have any vacancies tonight? Do you have any vacancies tonight? In Polish you would say, czy mają Państwo wolne pokoje na dzisiaj? Do you have vacancies tonight? Czy mają Państwo wolne pokoje na dzisiaj? Which means wolne pokoje. Wolne pokoje. If you want to translate it literally, it means free rooms, not for free, but free as a, you know, nobody there. But this is what we say in Polish for vacancies. Czy mają Państwo wolne pokoje na dzisiaj? Czy mają Państwo wolne pokoje na dzisiaj? Do you have vacancies tonight? Czy mógłbym się przenieść do innego pokoju? Could I move to a different room? Now imagine you are already in your room and then something is broken, something is not working, and you want to ask if you can move to another room. What you would say in Polish is, czy mógłbym się przenieść do innego pokoju? Czy mógłbym się przenieść do innego pokoju? Could I move to a different room? But that's if you are a guy, czy mógłbym. If you are a girl, you would say, czy mogłabym. Czy mógłbym? Czy mogłabym? Czy mógłbym się przenieść do innego pokoju? Czy mogłabym się przenieść do innego pokoju? Could I move to a different room? Mam rezerwację. I have a reservation. Now, if you're one of those lucky persons who actually booked everything and then you just arrive and you have everything organized, you arrived at the hotel and you want to say, I have a reservation. In Polish, you would say, mam rezerwację. Mam rezerwację. I have a reservation. Mam rezerwację. Or, for example, you can add for today, mam rezerwację na dzisiaj. Or if you are calling them and you want to say, oh, I have a reservation for tomorrow, but I will arrive late or something like that, you can say, mam rezerwację na jutro. Mam rezerwację na jutro. Or if you want to say, I have a reservation for September 15th, you can say, mam rezerwację na 15 września. So there is this preposition na. Mam rezerwację na, and then the date comes. It can be a date or a day, like jutro, tomorrow. Czy moglibyśmy prosić o menu? Could we have the menu, please? And imagine you enter a restaurant. Depends on the country. Sometimes you have to ask for things. Sometimes the waiter or waitress will just bring everything to you. In Poland, I think in a lot of places you will wait long time before they bring everything. So it's better to ask. And for example, if you want to have the menu and you want to say, could we have the menu, please? In Polish you will say, czy moglibyśmy prosić o menu? Czy moglibyśmy prosić o menu? There is a Polish word for menu, which you will say, well, in Polish, karta dań. Karta dań. karta dań, but we don't use it very often. So usually just menu is okay. Czy moglibyśmy prosić o menu? Ma pan jakieś rekomendacje? Do you have any recommendations? Now, imagine you are staying at a hotel and you want to walk around, you want to see new places, but you don't really know where to go and you want to ask for the recommendation. What you would say to a guy is: ma pan jakieś rekomendacje? Ma pan jakieś rekomendacje? And to a girl, you would say: ma pani jakieś rekomendacje? Ma pani jakieś rekomendacje? Do you have any recommendations? It can be either about sightseeing or when you already have this menu and you are ordering something and you don't know what Polish food is like and which is good, which is bad, which is the most traditional one. You just ask the waiter or waitress: czy ma pan jakieś rekomendacje? Czy ma pani jakieś rekomendacje? Do you have any recommendations? Czy mogę prosić o rachunek? Could I have the check, please? Now, when you finish and you want to get the bill and just go, and you want to ask: could I have the check, please? In Polish, you would say: czy mogę prosić o rachunek? Czy mogę prosić o rachunek? Could I have the check, please? Could I have the check, please? Czy mogę prosić o rachunek? Czy mogę prosić o rachunek? Where rachunek means bill or check. Czy mogę prosić o rachunek? Jestem uczulony na orzeszki ziemne. I'm allergic to peanuts. Now, when you have some allergies, it's very important to tell your waiter or waitress that you have them, because sometimes they can prepare dish that can actually be very dangerous for you. So if you want to say I'm allergic to peanuts, you will say: jestem uczulony na orzeszki ziemne. Jestem uczulony na orzeszki ziemne. And if you have any other allergies, you will just say: jestem uczulony na, and then add the allergy. So jestem uczulony na orzeszki ziemne is one of the examples. Now, if you are a girl, you will change it a little bit. You will say, instead of uczulony, you will say uczulona. So instead of saying jestem uczulony na orzeszki ziemne, you will say jestem uczulona na orzeszki ziemne. Poproszę wodę. Water, please. In many countries, in restaurant, water is for free. In Poland, actually, it's not for free, but you can order it, of course. And when you want to say water, please, in Polish you would say poproszę wodę. Water, please. Poproszę wodę. Which, remember, you will be charged for it. Ile to kosztuje? How much is this? It's never good to buy something if you don't know the price. And same goes for Poland, especially if you go and buy something in the bazaar. They can cheat you, they can charge you extra, so it's always better to ask first. And to do so, you just say ile to kosztuje? Ile to kosztuje? How much is this? How much is this? Ile to kosztuje? Wezmę to. I would like this. Now, even if you don't know the Polish name, you can always point at something and say, I would like this. Now, how to say it in Polish? In Polish, you would say wezmę to. I would like this. Wezmę to. Just simply point at the thing and say wezmę to. I would like this. Wezmę to. Which literally means I will take this. Wezmę to. Czy dostanę zniżkę? Could you give me a discount? It is not so uncommon, not so unheard of to just bargain, especially when you are buying on the street, at bazaar, in a big shop, not so much. But you can always try to ask for a discount if you are buying bigger amount. So if you want to ask, could you give me a discount? In Polish you would say, czy dostanę zniżkę? Czy dostanę zniżkę? Could you give me a discount? Czy dostanę zniżkę? Czy akceptują Państwo karty kredytowe? Do you take credit cards? Now, A lot of people travels with no cash on them. It's easier, it's more efficient. Even if you lose your credit card, you can always block it, you can always probably undo some transactions. But it's also very important to ask if they actually accept credit cards in the place where you are going to. And in Poland, I think most places does, or I guess almost all places does. But it's also a good practice to just ask about it. And if you want to say, do you take credit card? Do you take credit card? In Polish would be, czy akceptują Państwo karty kredytowe? Czy akceptują Państwo karty kredytowe? Czy akceptują Państwo karty kredytowe? Do you take credit card? Przepraszam, gdzie jest stacja kolejowa? Excuse me, where is the train station? And if you are walking around the street and you want to find the train station, let's say, or anything else, you can use the same sentence actually to anything else. You can stop somebody saying przepraszam, which is something like excuse me, and then adding gdzie jest stacja kolejowa? Przepraszam, gdzie jest stacja kolejowa? Which in English would mean excuse me, where is the train station? Przepraszam, gdzie jest stacja kolejowa? Excuse me, where is the train station? Przepraszam, ile kosztuje bilet? Excuse me, how much is the ticket? So you just say, excuse me, how much is the ticket? In Polish you would say, przepraszam, ile kosztuje bilet? Przepraszam, ile kosztuje bilet? Excuse me, how much is the ticket? And of course, it can be an entrance ticket as well, or a train ticket. And if it's a train ticket from place A to place B, you can ask, przepraszam, ile kosztuje bilet do? And then add the name of your destination. For example, przepraszam, ile kosztuje bilet do Krakowa? Przepraszam, ile kosztuje bilet do Warszawy? Przepraszam, ile kosztuje bilet do Opola? Przepraszam, ile kosztuje bilet do Wrocławia? And so on, and so on. Czy mógłby pan zrobić mi zdjęcie? Could you take a picture of me, please? Traveling alone is a great thing, but if you want to take a picture, well, you can take a selfie and you can use the selfie stick, but it's not always so great. So sometimes it's better to just stop somebody and ask, could you take a picture of me, please? Which in Polish you would say, czy mógłby pan zrobić mi zdjęcie? Czy mógłby pan zrobić mi zdjęcie? If the person you ask is a guy. But if it's a girl, you would say, czy mogłaby pani zrobić mi zdjęcie? Czy mogłaby pani zrobić mi zdjęcie? Czy ten autobus jedzie na lotnisko? Is this the right bus for the airport? Now imagine you are going to the airport and you see a bus, but you are not sure if it's going to the airport. So what would you ask in Polish? Czy ten autobus jedzie na lotnisko? Czy ten autobus jedzie na lotnisko? Is this the right bus for the airport? Czy ten autobus jedzie na lotnisko? And I guess most people will be more than happy to help you. Czy ten autobus jedzie na lotnisko? Is this the right bus to the airport? That's all for today. Thank you for watching. Today we learned 20 travel phrases you should know. Are there any other travel phrases you want to know? Please leave us a comment. Remember to like this video, subscribe to our channel, and go to polishpod101.com for more content like that. Thank you again and see ya!
Want to speed up your language learning? Get access to all of our best PDF cheat sheets for free. Just click the link in the description and sign up for your free lifetime account right now.
I'm sorry.
Przepraszam. Przepraszam.
Don't worry.
Nie martw się. Nie martw się.
It's okay.
W porządku. W porządku.
Please?
Proszę. Proszę.
Please forgive me.
Proszę, wybacz mi. Proszę, wybacz mi.
I really appreciate it.
Bardzo to doceniam. Bardzo to doceniam.
Thank you.
Dziękuję. Dziękuję.
You're welcome.
Nie ma za co. Nie ma za co.
Make yourself at home.
Rozgość się. Rozgość się.
Hello.
Cześć. Cześć.
Goodbye.
Do widzenia. Do widzenia.
Good morning.
Dzień dobry. Dzień dobry.
Good evening.
Dobry wieczór. Dobry wieczór.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Przepraszam za spóźnienie. Przepraszam za spóźnienie.
Hello?
Hallo. Hallo.
Awesome.
Super. Super.
Delicious.
Pyszne. Pyszne.
Nice to meet you.
Miło mi cię poznać. Miło mi cię poznać.
Really?
Naprawdę? Naprawdę?
What time is it?
Która godzina? Która godzina?
How are you?
Jak się masz? Jak się masz?
I'm good.
Dobrze. Dobrze.
Help.
Pomocy. Pomocy.
I don't like it.
Nie podoba mi się to. Nie podoba mi się to.
I like it.
Podoba mi się to. Podoba mi się to.
It's difficult.
To trudne. To trudne.
Once again, please.
Proszę powtórzyć. Proszę powtórzyć.
I don't understand.
Nie rozumiem. Nie rozumiem.
Slower, please.
Proszę wolniej. Proszę wolniej.
What is it?
Co to jest? Co to jest?
Where are you from?
Skąd jesteś? Skąd jesteś?
How old are you?
Ile masz lat? Ile masz lat?
What's your phone number?
Jaki masz numer telefonu? Jaki masz numer telefonu?
Long time no see.
Dawno się nie widzieliśmy. Dawno się nie widzieliśmy.
This is for you.
To dla ciebie. To dla ciebie.
How have you been?
Co u ciebie? Co u ciebie?
I'm afraid I can't make it.
Obawiam się, że nie dam rady. Obawiam się, że nie dam rady.
Never mind.
Nie ma sprawy. Nie ma sprawy.
I forgive you.
Wybaczam ci. Wybaczam ci.
I'm fine.
W porządku. W porządku.
And you?
A u ciebie? A u ciebie?
Good night.
Dobranoc. Dobranoc.
Good afternoon.
Dzień dobry. Dzień dobry.
Bye bye.
Papa. Papa.
How many people are there in your family?
Ile osób jest w twojej rodzinie? Ile osób jest w twojej rodzinie?
It takes about 30 minutes by train.
Pociągiem będzie mniej więcej 30 minut. Pociągiem będzie mniej więcej 30 minut.
Excuse me.
Przepraszam. Przepraszam.
Hold on.
Poczekaj. Poczekaj.
May I sit here?
Czy mogę tu usiąść? Czy mogę tu usiąść?
Thank you very much.
Dziękuję bardzo. Dziękuję bardzo.
What did you say?
Co powiedziałeś? Co powiedziałeś?
Great work! Here's a reward. Speed up your language learning with our PDF lessons. Get all of our best PDF cheat sheets and ebooks for free. Just click the link in the description.